Cheers. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that resub? So we're going to be playing Stonewater. Should be fun. It's not what I said. I said fantasy dwarves are not real. Dwarfism is very much real. You douche. Diving in. Gotta love people on the internet even joking to pretend to take things out of context. It's just kind of mean, you know? Anyway, dwarves that we have alive in this fortress. Snail, Goldpoke, Spice. Who else do we have? Haz Huzzah, Phoenix the Fox, or Dwarf in this case. Razlime as well. As I scroll down more, we got Sax and Time into Raff. We got Alden, we got Goats, we got Farana. We got White Dog, which I always misread as Whitcode. To the mines, we tries. Walrus, Little Osan. Seashore's Wall, who's Stone's second dwarf in this fort. Jur Henning, Civ, Reza, Greduk. We've got Onyx. We've got NetJam Jr. We've got Bastet. We've got H2O4S. We've got Audio Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, the Exalted Luxury and their Holy Highness. We've got Potato King, Wendigo, Space Pirate, Trevor in VR, Impalification, Tapioca. We continue to scroll down. We also have Curses, Fight Attack, Kodiak, Rolf, Rory, and Nortram, and Footloose. We've also got Animal, Deadliest, Accident. Lamond, we've got Ash and Dust. Of course, we've also got Brynbjorn, Render, and I think that's everybody. Everybody? I think that's everybody. Okay, I'm just going to ask you all to do me a huge favor. You know what I mean. And I don't find this particularly funny. If you think it's hilarious, that's okay. You can continue to make the jokes. But I just want it to be clear that I don't find this line of humor particularly funny. So if we can all be in agreement to that, if the point is to make somebody laugh, it's not going to work because I don't think that this is funny. May you have a baby dwarf? You can't have one, but I can put your name on one and attribute it to you, if that's what you want. Also, worth noting, there is in fact a Minotaur in my tavern. You deletes what you was about to write. I mean, it's fine if you want to write it. Just realize that I don't think it's funny. Even like pointing at somebody and being like, "You said a thing." It's like, come on, just shut up. You know what I mean. So you want specifically baby? Well, I got 1, 2, 3 baby. Let's give you youngest baby since you want baby. Avuz. Avuz is going to be Kaijiro. If assuming I hit enter. Kaijiro. You are the daughter of Ibel and Atir, and within the last season, you were interested after watching a performance, so you've watched a performance. You are 1 month old. You were born on the 25th of Moonstone in the year 261. Your somewhat narrow head is extremely tall, and your ears are splayed out. Your hair is pale chestnut, and her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail. Her skin is brown, and her eyes are gold. I can't wait for, like, children to just be fully grown dwarves. It's going to be way too entertaining to me. Personally, values sacrifice and dreams of raising a family. Likes rose gold, moss ogate, and giant koala leather. Rope reed paper and the color mauve. Picks and cages and amulets and horses for their strength. Welcome to the fort. As for things, we are the mountain home. And the primary goal of this particular here fortress was to pause the game. This is kind of the Bigham's project from this fort. This right here. We built this giant glass ziggurat pyramid thingy, although I've got an addition to this construction that I'm working on. But it's to be worked on. And then we're also working on this little Kit Fox logo down here out front, which actually is a bunch of gems on the inside surrounded by other stuff, and then I need to put flooring on top of the gems bits so that goblins don't break it all down again. So we're working on that. I want to get that done. But aside from that, the fortress itself is mostly over here. It's this giant, like, in mountainside thing. Something that we need to start doing is I need to actually, like, dig down into the caves a bit because, like, we've dug through this cavern layer and just, like, largely ignored it, which is something that I'm super looking forward to, like, in regards to the farming changes. Like, I can't wait to actually have to, you know, dig into the caverns and do stuff in the caverns because it's optimal instead of just, like, you know, right now ignoring the caverns is optimal, right? We've got this Forgotten Beast down here, which is working as our silk farm. We're actually going to just double check. These doors are currently forbidden, so we're going to unforbid those doors so that the dwarves can go grab the silk. Then we have this cavern layer, which is maybe my favorite cavern layer I've found in ages, which has no water in it and is entirely populated with bloodthorn logs, which are really, really red mushroom trees, essentially. Because I hope other people will. That's why. Pablo. TLDR, if you look at a video and you go, man, Blind hasn't posted it to Reddit, post it to Reddit. Take the karma. Do it. Because believe it or not, Reddit frowns upon overly self-promoting, right? So the only videos that I personally will post to Reddit are Dwarf Fortress news videos that are recent, right? The reason I don't post my normal videos at all, ever, is because Reddit frowns upon blatant self-promotion, right? And I do that a lot in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, to the point where sometimes I will post in other subreddits, and I've been banned from other subreddits for self-promoting in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. So just because Dwarf Fortress as a subreddit is okay with self-promotion, other subreddits look at me like I'm sus because I self-promote over there a lot. So if you want to post it on Reddit, post it. Also, maybe 5% of my views actually come from Reddit at this point, so it's not that big of a bump for me, unless the video really does well. Unless the thread does really well. So unless the thread gets like a couple hundred upvotes, generally it's not the biggest portion of views for me these days. Noob question: you got accepted a petition to build a guild hall. Is there a place to see accepted petitions? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the petitions screen is only accessible when they're up there. Did you forget what guild hall it is? Also, Gold Poke was found dead. What just happened? Oh, I see. A section of cavern has collapsed. Whoops. Well, I mean, I guess that's what I get for just, like, caving stuff in kind of at random. Let's just nuke this out of existence and just go, okay, is anybody else gonna get crushed in that? Rest in peace for Gold Poke, I guess. Everybody else seems to be just kind of standing up and walking away in a daze. Finally got Materials 1 done so you can move on. Yay, Athros, congrats. I need to play more of that. It's unfortunate. Hopefully you get put away. Yeah, outside of the petitions menu, there's no way to do it unless you're using DFAC. But I mean, if the problem is like you've forgotten what type of guild hall it is, in the guild hall menu, it says how many dwarves have assigned, and it's pretty easy to be like, okay, this person agreed. It's one of those, like, so you know how sometimes I'll get questions from people and ask, like, will the original UI being this UI, is it going to still be available? And the reason the answer to that is no is because half of the screens in Dwarf Fortress currently have this weird issue, like the one that you just mentioned, where they're half done. And the game either didn't have the functionality to get the full functionality that Tarn wanted, or Tarn stopped and went and worked on something else and never finished it. So that's one of those reasons that no, this UI is not going to get supported anymore, is because large portions of it just straight up don't work without using player-made tools, or like me, screenshotting it and remembering if you're worried you're going to forget. It's just like there's no viewable quest log in adventure mode, right? Like if you want to remember who you got a quest from, you have to write their name down and hope you can find them again. You have everything but the drill. You can't find it anywhere. Camp around or hike around the town and forest inside the houses. No clue what to do with that. Vampires can't drink. So if you look at their description, they won't have euphoric due to inebriation ever. And down at the bottom of this white text, right beneath my camera, although there's ways to cheat with this with DFHack, but the way I do it without DFHack, where it says he needs alcohol to get through the working day, right after that, it'll usually say, and can't even remember the last time they had some. So if you can find a dwarf that says that, there's that. Another way to a way to find a vampire is knock down all the walls to your bedrooms, and then some dwarf will see them drinking another dwarf's blood, or alternatively, lock every single dwarf into one room, and the last one to get thirsty is probably the vampire because they can't get thirsty. So lock them all in a room until they all start getting thirsty, and then check the ones that don't get thirsty until you find them. Those are just two quickie wiki ways to find them. And then you can expel them, or if you use Captain of the Guard in a prison system, you could arrest him, accuse him of crimes, whatnot. Those are medium-tier enemies. Also, for anybody who's wondering what chat's talking about, I think they're talking about Zero Sievert, which is the kind of Tarkov-like top-down shooter that released, which I mean to play more of and will play more of. I don't know if I'll do more today, but cool game. Speaking of games that have sold quite well, that's a game that's sold quite well. I really like Stalker, and I like the idea of Tarkov, so it's a game that I've enjoyed quite a bit of. So are we putting it? Okay, so we're putting him into stockpile, onto a coffin. Glass coffin. Let's make 100 glass coffins. Yeah, they made the game a lot harder since it released as well. Pablo. You have to snipe them, Athros. Hit them from a distance. All right, so I need to pop up my pixel art of the Kit Fox logo because I have a diagram that was given to me. I just need to find now. On the non-UI changes coming? No, because I don't know specifics yet, right? All I know is like what you guys know because I haven't played the game, right? Like I'm as much as I wish this wasn't true, I'm not like somebody who can deduce exact numbers and changes and whatnot from just hearing what Tarn has to say. I have to actually mess with them. But what I will say is working underground or working in the cavern layers is 5 times as efficient as not working in the cavern layers. So it's 5 times more efficient to just farm in the caverns than it would be to farm in dirt like we would previously. So you'd either need 5 times the seeds or you just need to farm in the caverns. Yeah, there's no change logs available yet. So like I literally can't make a video being super specific. I would like to, but obviously I literally can't. So there's only so much that I can do with preview coverage. I mean, I would recommend just listening to the interview that I did with Zach and Tarn the other day where they do discuss some of that, but it's just Tarn talking like kind of in broad strokes about changes. It's not, you know, like here's the numbers because we don't have them. All right, let's go up the bottom down here because I need gem windows for the leg. Also, hello, Darren and Little Sun. What's up? It's good to see you. Good wins, Athros and Pablo. Also, Tarn is like notoriously bad for doing change logs. It's kind of like Nintendo. In that we don't always get the most comprehensive change logs, if that makes any sense. Like, it's we've never gotten the greatest change logs in the past. I'll put it that way. Okay, so how far out does that go? 1, 2. So 2 across and then 1 down. Is it really just 2 across and then 1 down? Okay. Seems a little low, but I mean, sure. To be completely honest with you, some of my videos already are kind of guesswork. But fortunately, like, it's very educated guesswork. But yeah, I do try and lean away from making videos that are purely guesswork as much as possible. But, you know, I can only do so much. And I don't have the game yet as well. Once I have the game, it'll be a lot easier for me to actually make stuff. Coin flip is on your side. Time to go to a new map. Wait, what? I don't know what coin flip you're. I'm trying to think about like 3 different games at once right now, Athros. So if I'm just like not responding to things you say about Zero Seaver, don't mind me. At this point, the game is maybe ready. Well, I mean, Tarn says that. What was it? Artists have moved on to optional tasks. Was what Tarn said. So, which means the artists are trying to just finish tasks that haven't been finished yet. You know, that they could go finish but don't need to have finished. And we also heard, and also Zach mentioned a thing in the interview that they had suspected they might do, because he stated that were pandas won't be in the game initially, which was one of the things that they said that they were going to delay just because like it takes time but isn't necessary, is having every single possible were creature in the game at launch, because there's literally hundreds of them. And they're one of those things that's just taken Tarn a long time to go through and redo every single one of them. So it was actually something that we talked about where he was just like, how would you feel if we just like launched with only 50 were creatures instead of 300 something or whatever? And I was just like, I don't think anybody would notice. Like, quite literally. I don't think anybody would care. So that, like, that's actually something that they just, I guess, decided to delay, is like, there will be less were creature variety initially, but like, I feel like everybody just gets were Gila monsters anyways. So, you know, it's like, there's just like, maybe a dozen ones that are just memes that everybody gets, and then like the rest don't exist. And then every now and again you'll get a were mammoth and you'll be like, what the fuck? Or like once in a blue moon you'll see a screenshot of like an actual like werewolf, and it's always weird as hell, you know? So this last one, that's not where I want to be. Damn window, there we go. So this right here will be a wall. There will be 2 blocks in between these. Deadliest hello, how are we? This will be a pretty quick thing to finish, assuming we don't get sieged. Assuming we don't get sieged. But once this is finished and there's stuff on top of it as well, then we can just go back to working on other projects. I've got like a lot of other things I want to finish in this. Those were capybaras. I think I've seen one of those once. I don't know if they're the worst. I'm trying to think like what's actually like a were creature that I lost. What's a were creature type that I lost a fort to? Certainly not a were capybara. I know I lost a fort to were cougars once. There was a were water buffalo fort once that I lost a fort to. I had a pretty hefty outbreak of were Gila monsters in a fort once. But generally, like, I don't know. I don't lose forts to were creatures, because it's pretty easy to just not. Seeing a werewolf is weirder than seeing a were-giraffe. Yeah, because there's so many weird were creatures that you don't look at them as strangely, except the like 1 in 300 something odds that you happen to get a werewolf. You know, of all of the things that you could lose. Spring has arrived on the calendar. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's like that's actually one of the rarest creatures I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress is a werewolf. Speaking of that video I uploaded this morning, I think that video might be the video that gets me to 13,000 subs on YouTube. I only need another 41. Kind of nuts, actually. Also, I haven't said this yet today. You know, we've been live for an hour and 7 minutes, and we had 90 people watching, and we've dropped down to 80. But like, for reference, that's about 2 to 3 times as many as I had 6 months ago. So, thank you, nerds. You guys are cool. Just stop pestering me to get a real job, okay? Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. You lost one to wear a camel today. Oh, that's unfortunate. But there was a door right through it. You did kill it, but loads more, and they turned and then killed them, and then they bit everyone else. I'm just very, very, very meticulous about going through combat logs, and using combat logs, you can essentially negate all threats of were creatures. If you just go to if you pay very close attention of which dwarves are in the fight, and you just go through every single combat log and mark every dwarf that has been bit, you can pretty effectively negate all threats of them. Oh, interesting. Cogsack Ernuttered. That's a name. Ernuttered. Ernuttered. I'm going to call it Urnuttered. Anyway, Urnuttered has been elected to the position of Holy Diamond of the Jade Creed. Did that mean somebody died? I mean, that is one of my dwarves. Did somebody just die? Is there a particular reason Cogsack got elected to the position of Holy Diamond of the Jade Creed? I guess they like this dwarf. Well, Dusney is just lonely. I want to see my friends. I'm lonely. Feel self-pity. Huh. Also, I mean, seeing a dragon is weirder, Tygo, than seeing a were-giraffe as well. Like, seeing a were-giraffe is significantly more likely than seeing a dragon. Which I feel like could use a rebalance. I feel like that's wrong. Okay, well, a dog was found dead. Cog died of old age. Rest in peace, Cog. Also, the reason we were doing all of this clear cutting here is to get all of these pineapple opals out so that I can use them as part of this little Kit Fox logo thingy down here. There's got to be more bars coming out. Here they come. Oh, there's the body. Well, that's great. I love just like Goldpoke's body sitting right there. It's lovely, I'm sure. I'm sure all the dwarves are enjoying running past that freshly killed corpse. Cyrlac, it's good to see you. Hello. Happy Sunday. Can't get over how quickly my glass makers can just like put together a little whack of coffins. How's my day so far? Well, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. I watched a rather boring Formula 1 race. It was the final race of the year. So, you know, it was fine. Enjoyable race overall. I wish certain things played out differently, but, you know, it was entertaining enough. And then I also watched video that I uploaded this morning do quite well, which felt good. And it was a video I wasn't certain how people were going to react to, so it was nice to see that video be well received. And then I ate breakfast, which was toast, sauerkraut, and some like bratwurst, because sausage was on sale. So I ate bratwurst, and that was also very good. I also had some seared onions and some caramelized mushrooms. That was tasty. Draven, hello. Hey, hi. Good day. But, you know, we're doing a little short stream, so the plan for today is I'm just going to stream until I get hungry. Probably eat something. This is probably a wise idea, Aurelius. Probably a wise idea. Magma Crab is fighting with Stoneworker. Stoneworker attacks the Magma Crab, but he jumps away, punches the Magma Crab in the body with the left hand, and the injured part collapses. Yay. Got him. Crushed that Krabby. I have so many coffins that are going to need to be assigned. The dead snake coming over this way. I'm assuming that's a snake. Well, it's certainly not forgotten. Oh, it's someone's pet sheep. Never mind, not a snake. Assumed it was a helmet snake, but... Do you really just suspend that construction? I get it, there's boulders there, but like, come on. There you go. That's the sheep that was found dead. Love how they find it dead after they're finished hauling it. I'm sure that's how that works. Krabby Patties all around. Although I don't... Can you even butcher magma crabs? I don't believe you can. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can butcher magma crabs. Feel free to correct me, though, if anybody knows better than I do. But I'm quite sure that you can't butcher magma crabs. I mean, of course, there are actual crabs in Dwarf Fortress that you can butcher. But I'm quite sure that you can't butcher magma crabs. So, Chad, how many of you guys watched the stream that I was on for Kit Fox the other week? Because I think that stream went pretty well, about as well as it could have. I watched the original broadcast for the one the week before with Zach and Tarn, and then also went back and rewatched it the week after, and people still said that they were like, "Man, you didn't even remember the UI bits from last week's," and I was like, "Come on, I watched the VOD twice. What more do you want me to do?" So. I did my damnedest, but, you know, is what it is. Wiki says they can't be butchered. Thought so. Yeah. It's like, sitting there going, like, I don't think I've ever seen meat for them, so I don't. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, canonically, they're literally just, like, a sentient rock. Like, I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure they're literally just, like, a rock with, like, legs. Is quite literally what magma crabs are. You saw the first but missed the second. I was on the second one. I'm not going to say you should go back and watch it, but VOD is on YouTube. But yeah, I think they went quite well. I'm looking forward to the next one, because the next one's going to have Sal on. And Sal's great, although Sal needs to play more Dwarf Fortress. She has this nasty habit of going off and playing other games, and it's like, we can't have that. That's ludicrous. How dare you go play other video games? Like, as if other people play other video games. I mean, come on. There is no other video games. Chad, speaking of other video games, have you guys played anything interesting recently? I played the beginning of Somerville on Game Pass yesterday, and was like, I need to play more of that. Probably will finish it. Probably won't stream it, but... I kind of want to try Pentiment, just because that thing's getting a lot of really positive buzz around it. Road Warden does look really cool. I played the demo for that. That was neat. Would recommend streaming it. I probably won't stream Road Warden personally. I'm not interested enough in playing it to stream it, so if I were to play that, I'd just do it on my own time. Same with Pentiment. Like, I don't think I would stream that either. I have to be really interested in it. Especially for very wordy games, like, as an example, Citizen Sleeper. I have to be really interested in it to stream it. I was really interested in Citizen Sleeper, so I streamed it. But it's very rare that I'm that interested in a game to stream it. Like that, anyway. There you go. Finished Chrono Trigger for the first time? Man! What made you do that? What made you go back in time to Chrono Trigger ages? Says the guy playing the game that started development in 2006. All right, let's get more stuff lined up for over here. Let's just get these gold bits lined up. And then the other side of the gold bits lined up, and then we'll continue. Jam windows, continue up here. I think that's pretty much it, actually. I think the rest of this is just going to be gold. Squinting at my diagram over here. You play a lot of JRPGs and you really need to get back to playing DF again. The nice thing about JRPGs, especially like the turn-based ones, is they tend to age pretty well if you just like that format. You know, like the old Dragon Quest games, the old Final Fantasy games. Played Yoshi Hustle? Fighting game where you basically create a task of a combat against another player, which with speed chess to prevent you from taking forever. Yoshi Hustle. All right then. So many months for such a close release date.
So many months.
Somebody summed it up pretty well, Sideloak, which was just Dwarf Fortress went from time is subjective to time is compressed really quickly. I kind of agree with. Really does kind of feel like time suddenly got compressed. All of these animals have been found dead. A duck now. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 15 months? But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for another month. Appreciate you, dude. Cheers. Oh, in real time, which is hecka exciting. Oh, that's interesting. So you kind of get like, oh, what's the name of that game? You kind of get a super hot effect, I guess. I was always disappointed that you couldn't watch the super hot replays in third person, but hey, Splicer. Yes, I'll be playing the Steam version when it's out, Nosti. It'd be silly not to. I mean, I've been making videos about it for years, so at this point, you know, it's just kind of cards are on the table there. Yes, I will be playing it. I'm not joking when I say it would be silly not to. Although, caveat, however, I will have a, I will still be setting time aside occasionally after a couple of weeks of premium being released to go back to Long Death and continue playing that, because I want to get that to like I want to get that to 1,000 years, and it's gonna take me 5 more years, but I will get it done. Do you really want the new game right now? Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. I mean, I'm sitting here kind of going like, when are they gonna send me key? Hope they're gonna send me key. When are they gonna send me key? Hope they're gonna send me key. And at this point, I think I'm just going to most likely be just given a yep, that looks like the sort of thing that would show up in a fighting game. Tygo. For some reason, just WWE and fighting games just kind of go hand in hand. So it'll hold you over. Hey, at least you got something to do, Splicer. See, here's the thing that you don't realize, right? I'm not playing in ASCII. This is ASCII. I'm playing with a tile set active, right? I find base ASCII to be not bad, but I find the way the flooring looks on default ASCII to be a little difficult on the eyes, and I find the default colors to be a little difficult on the eyes, and I prefer much clearer tile sets like this one. It's the graphical ones that kind of bother me, but like, let me ask you this question. Would you intentionally sabotage your own business for the sake of something that you find a little bit easier to look at? So if someone genuinely has an addiction to a graphical style, they need help. Go follow Russ Money. If you want SS13, follow that guy. Also, Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Oh, you're talking about this game. I've seen this on Twitter. It's funny that like you link this to me now because like this dev's been like tweeting out gifs of this game for ages, and initially I think it was just a normal fighting game. Interesting. That's cool. Good to know. On the topic of Twitter though, rip Twitter. Yeah, this will be pretty simple initially, but no, as far as tile sets go with Dwarf Fortress, Dwarf Fortress just looks like Dwarf Fortress to me. It doesn't matter what tile set it is. I use this particular tile set because it's easy on my eyes, and and a lot of people are familiar enough with Krug Smash that like people recognize it, and it's easier for me to follow than something like Space Fox. If premium tile set comes out and it ends up I have trouble following it, I will just deal. And like I can play with any tile set. If you don't believe me that I can play with any tile set, you need to go watch my birthday streams where I play with tile sets that are, well, let's just hold on. Just let me open up this very important folder on my desktop called meme tiles, and let's just remind everybody that this is a tile set that I've played with. This is a tile set that I've played with. This is a tile set that I've played with. This is a tile set that I've played with. This is a tile set that I've played with. This is a tile set that I've played with. And where's the other one? Of course, that. Oh, yeah, this one. The actual, like, Master Race peak tile set of perfection. So, yes, I've played with some extraordinarily stupid and difficult-to-use tile sets, including the actual Matrix font. So, but why? Charity, man. But why? It's because I raise like $2,000 a year for JDRF on my birthday, and you know what? Worth it. I mean, it's funny, Splicer, because like someone asked me recently, they're like, "Why does stupidskull.com relink to your stream?" It's like, it's just dumb sense of humor. So yes, I will absolutely be, you know. And of course, we'll have to come up with like a peak meme tier set of tile sets for my birthday next year, because like making custom tile sets for Dwarf Fortress is about to get a lot more difficult because, you know, there's now a lot more tiles that need to be filled for Dwarf Fort. So instead of just like taking a picture of your face and being like, work, there's a lot more legwork we're going to have to do to make those dumb meme tile sets work. So, you know, it's gonna become a nightmare. Rolf, thanks for getting a sub displacer while I redo my hair. You know when like your hair is just slightly off and it starts to pull? God damn it, guys! Can you not invade me for 5 seconds? Will the Steam release look different by a lot? Go watch like 10 seconds of footage of it and then come ask me that question again. Because like there's what, 2 hours of just straight gameplay of it on Kip Fox's YouTube channel? That'll answer your question for you. Someone in chat can probably link it for you if you ask. Want to see combat? I'm pissed because, like, they're going to go knock all my gems down inside of that Kip Fox logo right there. But it's, I mean, the rest of it will stay up, so it'll be quicker for me to put it back, but it's just kind of frustrating. It'll be an option in the settings menu. So here's the thing, right? Because there will be a free version of Dwarf Fortress still available, it's in Steam's TOS that you can have a free version available. But all of the features of that free version have to be available in the paid version, right? Thanks, Verona. So it's like, if you have a free version of a game on Steam, if you have a game on Steam, but you also have a freeware version, you're allowed to have the freeware version, but all of the features of the free version have to be in the paid version. So all of the features of the free version for free Dwarf Fortress, by Steam's terms of service, have to be available in the premium version. So the old music, the old intro, the ASCII tile sets, all that shit has to be available in the premium version. It's the reason that the ASCII tile sets are still available for like ADOM, which is a free game, but also $15 on Steam, right? The paid version of ADOM has more features, but the free version also exists. Anyway, so we're under attack by the goblins, I assume. There's a dwarf in there. What faction is this? We don't have anything listed. Interesting. Hold up. There's a few levers I need to pull. On the bright side, though, this will be entertaining. Also, thank you very much for the hype train. I completely, like, just didn't even mention it. Red Dragon, thank you very much for gifting another sub. Cheers. And congratulations to anybody who gets those. I hope that not too many dwarves get stuck outside. There shouldn't be many opportunities for that. Interesting. Oh, there's, like, elf recruits and shit? What faction is this? This can't be the one that attacked me previously. An elf tooth earring. Would you look at that? And none of these guys even have armor on. This has to be one of the smaller factions. All right, here come the goblins. An iron cap. So on the item is a rendition of The Little Flies, a finely designed image of a sunberry. Oh, it is just the rhyming tick. It's the same guys that have invaded us the whole time. Wild. Okay. Let's jump down here and pull the gold door lever. And hopefully not launch you into space. Space pirate. Although that would be kind of ironic. I'm gonna have to cancel it. Otherwise, I am in fact going to launch Space Pirate into space. But fortunately, I can seal this door off and lock Impalification in here. And Impalification can be the lever flipping dwarf for this particular fort. Wait, why would you have to dual boot Dwarf Fort? Probably missed something in there. But I'm having to defend and how it might be similar to Steam. So the thing is, in Dwarf Fortress, like mechanically, Steam Dwarf Fortress is identical to what the game has been previously. There is some balance changes and there's some other changes like happened with every single patch. It's the exact same game. So there is no reason for me to be like, this will be similar to this. We already have Finian. This will be similar to this because they're the same game. So everything that you see me doing in this version of the game, you'll be able to do in the premium version because they're the exact same game. Yes, but it's still the same game. Right? All of, like, the Mac and Linux versions for Dwarf Fortress have always been made by fans and then put on the official website as different variants, but there's never been, like, Zach and Tarn have never made Linux and Mac versions natively. They've always gotten fans to do that. Thank you much for the train, guys. 5 gifted subs, I think. Or maybe a resub and then gifted subs. So, yeah, no, there's... That's fine. And also, like, Dwarf Fortress, currently the Windows version runs just fine in Proton, so I don't see why people playing on Linux can't just run it in Proton. Like, I don't think that's a concern. And if anybody's actually concerned about that, I don't think they've played much of this game already in the past. Okay, so the idea is you don't get launched into space here, and then walk around. Yes. Okay, so you get to walk around there, Dwarf. Sorry, you were slow. But essentially what we've got here is we've got a set of bridges, and then underneath we've got lava, and then above it we've got these towers. These towers have pumps in them, and this is... I don't know. Chat, would you consider this an advanced defense system? Because I kind of would, but because it doesn't have minecarts involved, I kind of lean towards less advanced. But essentially what happens is these axles up here power these pumps, which pump lava up into the top, and then they walk around the towers, and then I dump lava on their heads. It's kind of like, you know, in medieval times when they go, oh, look, there's people coming under a wall. Better dump hot oil on them. It's like that, but with lava and glass instead of, like, oil and people. You know what I mean? How come is that? It's like some people have access to the source. So Tarn's explained this in like loose terms and like, but essentially there is a team of fans that in the past, no, they've never had access to the code. They've never had access to the source code of the game. But what Tarn will do is he'll make a similar project that uses a same code styling and give them that. And then they, on top of it, patch that code to work on Mac or Linux, and then Tarn takes that and copy pastes it to Dwarf Fortress. I don't know how programming works, but that's how they've done it in the past. Pumps equal advanced? Okay, well, this is a rather advanced defensive system then. All right, so we're going to wait until like 80% of these goblins and elves are in here. It's actually like goblins, dwarves, and elves, and also some beak dogs. Fortunately, they don't have building destroyers, so they ain't going to be knocking down my glass. Or my my gems here. No, not glass, but they ain't going to be knocking down my gems, and I'm happy about this. So that's how they've done it in the past. But sounds absolute spaghetti. Oh, probably. Considering Tarn didn't use version control until like 2011, yeah, it's certainly spaghetti. But like post-release, supposedly they're just going to like find some people to actually just professionally look at the code and port it over. I would assume they're going to get somebody within KitFox to do it, but who knows? All I'm saying is if you work with Linux and you're used to porting software, send Tarn your resume, or KitFox your resume. Not saying that they're hiring, but like maybe send them your resume. Let's give this dwarf some big kid jobs. Healthcare. There you go. We just assigned a dwarf who just grew up jobs so that they're not like standing around still being a kid. Animal fat in that case. Boiling water. I don't know. Burning logs. The job comes with early access. I don't think so, because they're not going to start working on that until after premium is out, so. There is that wrinkle. So basically, now we just wait for these goblins to be in here, and then I dump lava on their head. If I had a worse setup, I might actually have to fight them. What are my actual defenses right now? You'll see in a moment. Just give it. Just give it like 10 seconds. Maybe not 10. Give it a minute. You'll see. Basically, the red things in the middle there that are moving, that's my defenses. Well, true, Forrester. True. But, like, considering Windows DF runs just fine on Mac and Linux within either Wine or Proton, I don't understand why people are even worried. It's like, this is going to sound kind of condescending to people who use Linux, but, like, y'all have suffered for literal decades and have somehow managed to do just fine and play a lot of games that didn't have native versions. I'm sure you guys can survive and make it work. Like, I have faith in your guys' technical ingenuity and ability to make games that are designed to run on Windows run just fine on Linux. Like, I have faith in you guys. So, you'll be fine. It's the Mac users that I'm a little worried about. Because they'll be like, what do you mean I can't buy this on the App Store? I read that as strangest. Linux users are the strangest. I mean, you're not wrong. So this dwarf over here is the most important dwarf. This is impalification. They are interested after being near a completely sublime trap, which is this lever in front of them. That dwarf's job is to pull levers. And then that dwarf will be released from this room after they're done pulling the levers. And hopefully I don't do what I did with the last two dwarves that I told to pull levers, which is forget about them and then they starve to death. So chat, if I forget to let that dwarf out, remind me to let that dwarf out, yeah? In fact, they're starting to turn around, so you know what? We're just going to pull the red door lever. Not all of them, just some of them are. And I don't really want them to turn around. This is plenty. So now that that lever is pulled, what I do is I pull this lever. And this is where you guys get to see my actual trap. So this is what I like to call the fire tower. But, you know, you guys can call it whatever you want. The trio of fire, the lava structure, the defensive murder device, or what have you. But essentially what it does is it opens these towers up at the top, and then the lava just showers down onto the heads of unsuspecting invaders like this. The game gets a little laggy because it has to reprocess all of the temperatures of all their gears as they melt. And then, see, the ones that are left, those ones then get this lever pulled on them, which is the green door lever, which lifts up the rest of the drawbridges. And then these guys over here just kind of go, oh my god, look at all my friends over here burning. How you doing, Laura? Look at all my friends over here burning. And then, whee! No, right about now. Okay, pull the... There we go. Okay, they fly up, they hit the ceiling, they fall down to the lava. And that's how I defend my fort. Everything that is currently flashing is burning to death. The ones that are not, they can go tell their friends about how all their other friends just died. And then, you know, something that you want to do real quick after defeating a siege is you want to get back out from the siege. So, you know, you put all of the doors back down. So the way we do this is Dwarf runs down there, pulls that lever, runs up, pulls the... now the lava's no longer flowing, pulls the door lever, number 1, door lever number 2, and door lever number 3. The goblins then leave the map, and we have full access to the outdoors again. Because we can just walk in, like, down the middle of all this. Except for this guy that somehow survived. What the fuck? Well, consider yourself one of the lucky ones there, Goblin. Run away. Run away swiftly. And that's how I defend this fortress. The actual threats come from below in this world. You can't run the MacDF version, but I can run the Windows version with Wine? What, within Linux? I mean, that makes some sense. That it would be easier to get the Windows version running in Linux than the Mac version. I understand enough about OSs to know that that would make sense. This is a sick defense. Yeah, it only took me 30 hours to build. But yes, I can confirm it is in fact pretty sick. So I can... Ooh, whoa. They're performing a dance that I've never seen before in here. Look at this. They're all in a circle. This is a temple that they're dancing in. Look at that. Shout out to the dwarf asleep on the floor. They're dancing in a circle. So no, as far as the gear at the bottom, everything that's iron and steel doesn't melt in the lava. So if I were to drain this, I could totally go down here and get all this stuff out. I just haven't done it yet. I'm basically just waiting for there to be a critical mass of stuff down there and a break between sieges, but we haven't had a long enough break, and it does take a while to refill that thing. It took me like, wow, like a good number of hours to fill it the first time, so. Did I let the dwarf out? Yes, I did. Only one survived the fall? I think one got stuck on top of it, actually. Like, there was one, like, standing on top of a drawbridge, probably. And then then bounced out when I hit the release button, basically. Still some goblins on the map, but I think they're just walking down off the bottom. There goes 1. 2. Come on. 2 can leave. There they go. All right, so let's get all these jobs unforbidden. And finish this up. Game breaking? No, not a game breaking massive stuff. Just enough stuff that it's worth draining the thing to go get it out. It'll drain and refill quite quick. I mean, I think they've all left the map now. I mean, okay, so there's 2 left. One of them's chasing a goat. The other one is on the ground accepting their fate. So I'll just tell my military to go kill that one. before it starts spooking my dwarves. Have I made this go out too far? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking at this going like, it looks too small. Make the... I think I made this too short. Yeah, I made this too short. This is supposed to be up over here. Great. So I've screwed this up a bit. That's why this looks off, is because this is one over. This will take a minute. We can work on the bottom while they're working on this, though. I just need them to get this gold into place, and then we can work on the rest of it. Looks like that goblin finally found the goat that it was chasing. Sway looting. I mean, yeah, is there a way? Sure. Is it set up to do that? No. So, hypothetically, sure. Do I have it set up to do that? No. Are these dwarves running from combat? Oh, they're getting gear. But, you know, in my opinion, this current setup, the way I have it set up, works just fine. And I do not need the iron that's down there right now. So I will go for it when I need it. I just need there to be like a 1 season or so gap between sieges. I just need a particularly big siege to show up and get murked, and then I will drain it and fix it. But, like, emptying the bottom, not that big of a deal. It's just simply a matter of I need to drain it out entirely and then refill it. It's not draining it that's the issue. Draining it's quick. It's refilling it. Could I theoretically have made, like, a massive, like, I don't know, cistern up here, or could I fill this up with lava if I covered off this layer and then use this as a way of filling it? Absolutely, yeah. There's, like, 1,000 different ways I could fill it faster than I fill it right now. But, currently it's fine. And then you start getting imperative something not working in Linux because you know it will hurt personally. It's like a pyramid scheme in reverse. That sounds really, really shitty. And I'm sorry that you have to be a part of that. Dusk, what's up? Invaders log 104. Once again, rejected attempts. 34 goblins have suffered a fire death. 34, that's optimistic. It's more like 134. 1 goblin has survived the collapse and revealed the path rebuilds itself back afterwards. Pretty much. It's quite literally just like a impossible to avoid nightmare for those goblins. Uh-oh, that's pretty terrifying. There's a jabberer in the fortress who is currently experiencing mortal fear. A monster that lurks in the caverns deep under the earth. It uses a wide beak to reach down and pluck unsuspecting intruders. They like to bite heads off. They're basically like giant dodos. And it's dead because it collided with my military. But did it get anybody on the way up? Doesn't look like it. It seems to have, oh, it snatched a mason in the left hand, left toe, lightly tapping the, okay, so it tried to go for one of my masons and just kind of got wrecked. I feel like there's a joke in there that I don't get. Armor? Do you get anything more if you were to kill them without lava? Crappy damaged cloth clothing and lower quality gear like bronze and copper is what you would get. Oh, so what you would have said is MySQL instead of my... Okay, I get it. I wouldn't say that that's a good pun because they said SQL instead of SQL. If they said SQL, I would have understood it. Otherwise, I just look at it and go, okay, there's a joke in there I'm not getting. I know what SQL is pronounced like. It's all shinery. I'm not as, like, idiotic as people seem to give me credit for. It's like, I get these jokes, just not all of these jokes work in text. Sometimes you need to write it the way the joke is actually written and not the way the joke would be pronounced. You gotta widen your pun variety and allow other people to understand the joke. How did I manage to get this one off? Oh well, whatever. Let's just get a bit more of a gem stockpile set up here so I can finish this up. It's just pineapple opals, so... Just pineapple opals, which are... See if I can find them down here. There. Nope. So what, 2 pages down? That was P, not enter. This is also an issue with the current UI in Dwarf Fort, is like there's a lot of annoying little finicky things about the UI that I just can't wait for them to be cleaned up. No, I'm not accusing you of implying anything. I'm just babbling. And you know, my entire job is based on talk 1,000 miles a minute. I don't even know what a mile is. I'm Canadian. So yeah, the way I would have written that joke would have been, you know, I made a movie about databases. I'm so confident it will do well. I'm already working on MySQL. That's how I would have written the joke. But literally written MySQL. MySQL. Like, that would have made sense. That's how I would have written that joke. Far better pun. And, like, you could write up the joke even more and, like, add into things and say, like, oh, you know, I'm working on my magnum opus. Like, use the word my a couple more times in the joke. Like, I finally got to make my movie about databases. And I'm so confident that the sequel will do... I'm so confident that it will do well. I'm already working on my sequel. There you go. I rewrote your joke for you and made it better. Not going to say that it was funny in the first place, but I don't think I'm that funny. Some people seem to. So something that I want to do with this, for this upper area, is we've got this Steam logo up here, right? How do we make Steam on the Steam logo? It's also kind of funny because, like, you know, you guys were asking, would there be a faster way to refill this? How do we get Steam on the Steam logo? Just kind of a thought experiment. I could put, like, walls around the outside. I could fill it up with lava and have some sort of trap way thing of, like, revealing it by, like, dumping all the water down, or by dumping all the lava down into the thing at the bottom and using it as, like, a refill cistern. Kind of what I was planning on doing was having, like, arches go above it and then just have, like, a mist fountain on top of it that goes down into here that then gets caught and pumped out the side. Is also an option. But honestly, I don't know. Need to figure out something about how to get Steam up there. Kind of a bit of both. If I'm asking a question like that, it's not hypothetical. So here's like the thing that you need to realize, Soulshinery, right? If you're worried about potential backseating, don't speak. If I asked a question, answer the question. Because I'm trying to make conversation, right? Backseating is blind, you're doing it wrong, right? If I ask a blatant question about a design idea, feel free to offer input, because that's literally why I'm asking the question. I have anti-backseating rules to, like, stop people from telling me how to play a brand new game that I'm playing for the first time, you know? Tried catching for yesterday and you missed? Well, gosh. Should have thrown more water in the air. That would have helped. Can't miss that. Wait. You worry too much, Soul. Does temperature travel through walls? Yes. but it also depends on the material of the wall. I don't think it travels through unconstructed walls. So I did some experimenting a while ago where I had like lava, constructed floor, and then water above it. So it was like lava, constructed floor, and then water. The water wouldn't freeze in the winter if it was the water that was on top of the constructed floor with lava underneath. If the lava wasn't there, it would freeze. If the lava was next to it in a wall, with a wall between the two of them, if the wall was smooth, like if it was just a rock wall, then the water would freeze. But if it was a constructed wall, the water wouldn't freeze. So I think it depends on the material and whether or not it's constructed, but yes. Although, at the end of the day, when it comes to almost anything temperature related to Dwarf Fortress, I don't think it matters. Unless you're talking about, like, water freezing. From my experience, it doesn't fucking matter at all. Like, just straight, like, temperature in Dwarf Fortress currently, outside of, are the dwarves spontaneously combusting? Question. From what I can tell, largely doesn't matter. Did I not pull that lever up here? What's going on? I thought that I turned you off. Has 3 kids with sweeter. He reused their names for his databases. Hey, at least he named them like actual names, you know, and not like certain well-known entrepreneurs. So you know. I respect it. There we go. Lava towers have now stopped pumping. They'll just sit. Also, some of the, it's actually kind of funny. So here, on the surface, you can see molten copper and then these breastplates. I don't know if this molten copper actually gets used for anything or if it just gets cleaned up. I think it just gets, like, swept away by the dwarves because it's molten. But, like, as you can see here, all of the iron stuff gets kept. So they just go and they gather it. I could also set it to melt. So I could tell the dwarves, okay, guys, you guys melt this. Melt it down. I could tell them to do that if I wanted to. But currently I don't really want to. So I'm just going to tell them to collect it and let my dwarves use that. Because my military probably needs it, and you know, it's good to just have that stuff available. Goblins don't bring artifacts. Not in their normal sieges, anyway. Although, no items that I would actually care about. Creatures that can bring artifacts are, like, ettins and giants and, like, mega creatures. But just random goblins don't bring artifacts. They'll bring items that are engraved, but, like, as you can see from these piles, like, this item is engraved, right? Or it is encrusted, rather, because it's got that image on it. This item is also engraved, but, like, that's the most that they bring. Necromancers can bring stuff, but we're not getting attacked by them. Also, something that you need to know is artifacts can't actually burn. They just catch fire and then burn indefinitely because they're indestructible, and indestructible items can't burn. So technically, like, they can't be destroyed. So even if, like, I don't know, some bard with a book got caught in there, their book would just catch fire and then just burn until I dump water on it, even if it's thrown into lava. They can be made to disappear from the world, but they can't actually be destroyed. So if I were to disappear an item, by that I mean either drop it into the magma sea down at the bottom or crush it under a drawbridge, if I were to retire and reclaim this fortress, it would reappear on the map somewhere. A friend was playing DF and they saw a string for sale that cost 12,000 wealth and it was called Ein string or something. So it was probably a musical instrument part, and it was probably made out of holy metal. I know for a fact the elves can have these sometimes, and so can the humans. Holy metal stuff is just the randomly generated metals, and like only the elves and humans right now have the chances to have them, and they usually only ever bring them in musical instrument parts. You can't do anything with them. You can't change them. You can't melt them down. You can't do anything with them. This system is changing in premium. I don't know how much. All I know is from Tarn's teases, and Tarn's teases are holy metals are going to play a much bigger role in the next version, and he's also said things like, and elves will actually be fun to fight, and considering elves are one of the few characters races that actually have access to this stuff, my current assumption is that elves are just going to show up with fucking holy metal swords and stab us all to death. Which would be great, because I'd like the elves to actually be a threat instead of being like taking candy from a child, because that's kind of what fighting them right now feels like for me. It's just like, well, that's not fun. It's 1, 2, 3. Basically, I need to go one further up, and then that'll be 4. Cool. And then the rest of this is gold. Yeah, no, I mean, I like trading with the elves. For me, the elves are just like the humans. It's like, sometimes I fight with them, sometimes I don't, right? In fact, I've actually thought about fighting with the elves and the humans in this particular map, because these humans right here are invading these dwarves down here. So I'm essentially just trying to get this art piece here done. And then I think we're going to go start fucking with the humans right there, because they're invading... Okay, you can't actually see them right now, but they've been invading these dwarves down here for quite some time. And dwarves are my people, so I'm thinking we're going to be going after these guys pretty soon. Although I currently have I'm at war with some kobolds. Labash Laildis, because I tried to steal stuff for them and demanded that they send me tribute, and they said no. So, you know, we get to deal with that. That'll be fun. But I hope that the elves at the very least become a fun adversary instead of just like the community's punching bag, because like I kind of feel bad for them, to be honest. The elves give you giant grizzlies in other days. They're good in your books for the current fort, at least. No, totally. I mean, in the current game, like, the elves are the best people to trade with. Rather, if you know how to play the game, currently the elves are the best people to trade with. A lot of people don't know how to play this game and just, like, yell about how the elves are bad. And it's like, well, you don't really know what you're talking about, and that's okay. But, like, in the current game, elves are the best to trade with just because they bring you the best shit. And then... in the next version, I'm just hoping that they will be fun to trade with and fun to fight with, because it would be really cool if they showed up with magic weapons. Like, imagine if they're still wearing, like, the same plain armor that's made out of wood, but they just happen to wield swords that, like, are extraordinarily strong or something. Like, that would just be cool. It's pretty much essential to have elves if you want easy access to cool animals. The thing is, though, like, humans have similar access to animals. Elves just generally have better access to animals. And elves also bring better food. They tend to bring things like sunberries, you know? Which are only available in specific biomes. Not really. So I've traded with goblin factions before, but the only way to trade with goblin factions is if they are totally ruled by a human or an elvish faction or a dwarven faction. So I've had like trade caravans that are mostly occupied by goblins before, but that's pretty rare. The thing is, the goblins don't actually have the ability to trade. You can also demand tribute from goblins, and they will bring you tribute a couple of times with a dwarven, or not dwarven, a goblin merchant, but pretty quickly they will just attack you, because like they're run, unless for some reason you happen to have a goblin faction that isn't run by demons, which is really, really, really rare. It's generally just kind of a non-thing. Like it just doesn't happen. But like you know, it's Dwarf Fortress. Anything is possible. They're quite easy to mod to make them tradable though, because like the actual like against the like the thing about Dwarf Fortress, right, is if we're talking faction alignments things for a second here, it's dwarves, humans, elves versus goblins. Like that is the actual like faction alignments. But then it's all of them also versus the underworld, right? So it's humans, elves, goblins, humans, elves, dwarves versus goblins, but everybody against the underworld. And the thing is, the underworld just happens to have the goblins enslaved by default, right? Because demons come up from the underworld and they enslave the goblins, and then the goblins attack everybody, and then that's how Dwarf Fortress happens. You've changed the... So basically, you made the dwarfs' ethics into goblins, and then the goblins go, oh, you're goblins. So then they... Yeah, well, I mean, that would make sense, because you've essentially made your dwarves into goblins. So because you've given your dwarves goblin ethics, then the goblins just go, oh, you're goblins. They don't even recognize that they're dwarves anymore. So that makes sense. But also that's the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, right? Is it's this super malleable thing. Although I would appreciate it if you keep memes about war crimes to a minimum in my chat, just because I think that shit's disgusting on all levels. Like, if you want to be a horrible person and you want to be a villain, by all means, have fun. But don't refer to it as war crimes in my chat. It's my only request. To the point where I think I might actually put that in my official channel rules at some point, just because I don't think it's funny in any context, video games or otherwise. To make cats intelligent and have civilization. You know, cats are already the smartest non-sentient creature in Dwarf Fortress. They have the most complex AI. They have the most complex AI of any creature that isn't sentient. There's my platform. Because most creatures just like wander from important location to important location, and their only priority is feeding themselves, right? Cats want to feed themselves, seek vermin, and be near creatures that like them, and they also want to be near creatures that they like. And they have a much more complicated personality structure than other creatures, and they want to, like, they want to be close to dwarves that they like being around, and they find dwarves that they like being around, and then they stick themselves to that dwarf, and it's kind of adorable. If you actually watch them run around, like, they follow their owners around and shit. I'll see you later, Draven. No, it's all good, Saturn. It's just, that's the thing that pushed me away from, like, the RimWorld community largely back in the day. It's why I keep that community, like, at an arm's reach now. It's because, like, I got so tired of people just mocking straight up war crimes in my chat, and it's like, that's not funny. Especially in the grand year 2022, when there is, like, just horrific crimes happening around the world in real time. It feels in poor taste to mock it. It's not that it's like, it can be funny, sure, but it's like, it just gets kind of, it weighs on me after a while, I'll put it that way. Well, you can tell that Tarn is a cat person pretty quickly when you, like, look at how cats operate in Dwarf Fortress. Although, like, you could make cougar people into a functional society and then rename them into cat people. A crundle punches the mason in the right upper leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle through the Forgotten Beast silk cloak, and then the mason punches the crundle in the right hand and bruising it. Well, I guess we're getting assaulted by an army of crundles. No kidding, we're getting assaulted by an army of crundles. Good lord. There's a lot of them. Holy fucking shit. Look at them all. Well, I'm happy I have cage traps, eh? Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, I could... Chat, should I make a crundle in habitat? Huzzah, what's up? We could totally just make a crundle habitat. I have so many crundles. Whole crundle army? Yeah. Trying to think where I'd put them. I'll slaughter a bunch of them, but I'll keep some of them around. How's things? Crundle captain himself. Bridge bait? I'm just kind of envisioning, like, having them suspended over the lava. Just, like, in cages, but, like, I don't know how I'd construct that right now. It's like, release the crundles! I feel like they wouldn't do anything. They are primeval, after all. They're a very efficient force of annoyance. Instead of a vile force of darkness, they're a vile force of mild annoyance. Okay, so you go right up to there. With the gold bars. Same with you.
This is madness!
Madness? Just woke up, no spoils? Okay. Yeet. Yeah, Kit Fox logo. Don't ask me how the spear got on top of it, but something got on top. What just happened? Oh, migrants have arrived. Look at that. Also, if anybody in chat wants a dwarf, I got tons. We'll just let all these kids walk in. Welcome, dwarfies. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'll say this, Hobo. This isn't to spoil, but you were smart to sleep in. It wasn't the craziest race. It certainly wasn't the least interesting race of the year. It wasn't a bad race, but could have been better. Sure as heck could have been better. Can't remember whether you can just add your own RAWs to the base game or if you need to replace existing mods for the civs. It depends on if you want the existing civs or not, right? Like, do you still want humans? Okay, then don't replace RAWs. Because, like, the way modding Dwarf Fortress, like, Dwarf Fortress is very modular, right? And previously the way it worked was, like, you had all of your RAWs for your civs and, like, the creatures. If you wanted more, add more. If you wanted less, remove the ones you don't want. Right? Say you just don't want Kias in your game. Delete the Kia file. Game still works just fine, just sans Kias. A vile force of Spitalier has arrived. Save your ice cream before it's too late. Grab your ice cream and run away because Spitalier is here to eat it all. Speaking of people that are here, how you doing, Audio? It's good to see you, man. Good day. Hello. Hey, hi. That one is quiet? It is. It is. I need to, like, rebalance them all. Especially compared to Hobo's loud as fuck one. Well, I mean, it would be mildly difficult for me to do my Star Wars, but also the normal Dwarf Fortress stuff run if I couldn't just add more stuff, right? Like, I have an install of Dwarf Fortress right now that's set up so that if I wanted to, I could just have all of the Star Wars stuff in a normal Dwarf Fortress run. So it's like, yes, it's Dwarf Fortress, but also there's just like a billion droids running around. Which is just Dwarf Fortress, but hilarious. It's like, you could just, you know, play Dwarf Fortress, but also have, like, all of the Monster Hunter stuff, the Pokemon stuff, and the Star Wars overhaul mod. You can play as dwarves or Jawas, and, like, it still works, which is, I think, kind of shows the beauty of it. Although the problem with a lot of those mods is, like, I really wonder what those random creatures that you add are going to look like by default in Premium. I'm assuming they're all just going to show up as debug guy, right? Like, we're just going to have, like, little blue guys running around in Premium like crazy, which is actually going to be, like, a legitimate reason for people to still use ASCII, I think, is because it's going to make it... The nice thing about ASCII is when you mod in a new creature, it just shows up as the letter that you assign and the color that you assign, because you give it a color code and a letter, right? In Premium, you're going to need to give it a sprite, potentially multiple layers of a sprite, a dead sprite, multiple layers of dying sprites, and maybe even contaminants as well. So, like, modding premium is going to be a lot slower than modding classic is. But I think classic is where people are going to test shit. It's very easy to customize Dwarf Fortress. You remember when I used to play a ton and you would mod in no night creatures would spawn, so you're able to do adventure mode. By the way, night creatures only spawn in evil biomes now, so you can adventure around safely without having to mod them out. Night creatures, yes, they were more common before the update. You don't turn them off anymore. Yeah. The only thing you were thinking about removing was vermin. Why? What do you got against vermin? You can't get bumblebees. And your cats will be really bored. Why would you mod out vermin? Chat, what color should I make the fox at the top? Except bumblebees? Okay, I was gonna say, gosh. How are you not, and also without honeybees, how are you gonna get, like, high quality, masterwork, wax crafts? Without honeybees. Also, to mods, look at mod chat for a second. Only spawning in the evil biomes now, less brutal. Yeah, it's wild. But, like, previously, like, I remember my first few ever attempts at adventure mode was, like, walk into a thing, sleep dead. Okay, maybe I should try being in a town. You can't sleep in this town. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll sleep outside the town. Sleep right outside the town, dead. It's just like, if you weren't, like, a geared up demigod by the end of night 1, you're just like, oh, it's a boogeyman, time to run. Better climb a tree or you're fucked. And even then, you're probably still fucked. Climbs a tree and sleeps. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, and put points into climbing so that you can climb a tree. I think I'm going to make a crundle habitat. I think that's going to be a project for today. Crundle habitat and get some adamantine mined. Crabman sleeps underwater. This is also true, yeah. Or like a frogman. I think frogmen can sleep underwater, can't they? Pretty sure they can. Ask him to make a wax material for statues? I mean, he was here on Thursday. Like, not to ruin it, but he was here on Thursday. Also, not to, like, shout out things that I'm excited about that aren't going to happen for a few months, but I've already confirmed with both Zach and Tarn and this guy that the next Zach and Tarn talk is going to include the developer of Odd Realm as a guest. So, fuck yeah. That's what I'm looking forward to. That'll be fun. Which means I'm going to be ditching Tekken for a round. I told him, like, sorry, man. It's like, I'm going to have to, like, not bring you back as a guest for the next one. He goes, yeah, I understand. He's like, I'm surprised you brought me back twice. Well, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, it should be fun. I'm going to just give Waylon, like, a 30 to 40 minute window to talk about whatever he wants. So, before I do user questions. This game is Tarn-based? I misread your pun, and I think I've read a better pun. I read that as this game is Tarn-based, not this game is tarnished. It's like, well, adventure mode is kind of Tarn-based. It's exciting. Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, like, them taking the time to talk with me literally gives my YouTube channel legitimacy. It's like, without Zach and Tarn joining my streams and talking with me about Dwarf Fortress, I'm just some guy with too much free time who pays attention to stuff. Fey mood. Ooh. I'm just a guy with too much free time who just, like, talks about a video game a lot. But because they join me and talk about the game with me, it makes it go from me being just some guy with too much free time who talks about a game a lot to pretty quickly becoming you know, an actual, like, relatively official source. Oh, would you look at that? We got a new guild. A planter guild. Do I really have 10 planters? I guess I got 23 farmers. We're going to get a guild of plants. It's like Tumblr. Even kind of watching people that have too much time sink. You kind of like watching people that have too much time sink into the single game? Sure, but like, person with too much time who sinks a lot of time into single game, who also like has official connections with the people who make the game, probably better than just the guy with too much time, right? You know what I mean? You know, it's funny. I was talking about that video earlier, like when I just started the stream, Cosmic. I almost deleted that video like 4 or 5 times because I thought it was bad, and still kind of like I threw it together in like 6 hours on Friday after like the interview went up on YouTube, and then was sitting there going, I watched it and then I rewatched it. I'm like, I don't think this is very good. And like, I almost sent it off to people to ask if I should upload it, and then just kind of uploaded it and just like scheduled it to go up around the same time the Formula 1 race would start. And I was like, well, I don't expect people to like this video. I think this video is bad. So if it starts getting dislikes, I'll just delete it. It was like the way I was able to convince myself to upload it. And then people were like, "That's great." It got like 450 likes before it got a dislike, so I didn't delete it. It could stay up. But then again, people like, you know, we are our own worst critics, right? So we're our own harshest critics. All right, here, Dwarf, what do you need? You must have logs. There's plenty of those. Rock, okay, you got plenty of that. Cut gems, okay, we got plenty of that. Tanned hides, ooh, maybe. Plant cloth. Possibly. Logs? It might actually be plant cloth. Raw green? Oh, it's definitely raw green glass. Once raw green glass, maybe... no, I definitely have plant cloth. There's no way I've gone through all of it. There's no way I've gone through all of my plant cloth, so it's probably raw green glass that he wants. So I will pour my coffee. Some raw green glass for you there, Dwarf. I think it's pretty big, but can understand why you thought so. It seems way too hard to explain Dwarf Fortress. It's really hard to explain Dwarf Fortress to newbies, and like I was rewatching it and going like, man, I missed a lot of shit. But also it's like, is any of that stuff actually relevant to a new player? It's like the whole idea of that video was just to, you know, have an idea of what you're getting into. That's all that really is. Raw green. Let's just do 20. 20 raw green glass. And I will also queue up some plant cloth just in case. And I think in that regard, I did a pretty good job covering everything. I think. Two, 1. Okay, so this goes there. And then we go grab the Bloodthorn. And Bloodthorn. XCOM IndieF? What? Where did that even come from? But yeah, I hope that video is helpful to some people instead of just being entertainment to people who've already played it. Although I'm totally okay with my videos just being entertainment for people who've already played Dwarf Fortress, because that's totally fine as well. But you know, the hopeful end goal is that it is actually like informative to people who haven't played Dwarf Fortress, right? But you know, video's got 5,000 views. It's doing way better than like the Bay 12 talk did on the first day. So, Navy, what's up? It's good to see you. We're just chilling, working on, you know, polishing up things and hanging out. Stream today is going to last until I get hungry, so. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. What was that? Who is that? Someone's being spooky. I guess I'm just going to go permit all of these coffins down here in case some of them have been missed. I'm sure they're all... Most of them are good to go. So, chat, how many of you have been finding it difficult to play Dwarf Fortress with the premium version so close? Because, like, I'll be honest, I'm mostly playing Dwarf Fortress right now because it's my job. But I'm just sitting here going, God damn it. God damn it. It's Kogan. Okay, so you've already got all the cloth that you just need the glass. $30 or your regional $30 USD or your regional equivalent, Grim Beef. And if you're somewhere that has topsy-turvy prices, I have no idea. Unfortunately. Let's toss that troll and the two these. Yeah, I mean, I personally think it's totally reasonable, but I've had some people going, wow, I guess I'll have to wait for a sale, and I've seen some stuff like that, so it's just like, at the end of the day, when people ask what the price is, it's like, I mean, I think it's too cheap, but, you know, what do I know? All I know is that they need to sell 70,000 copies. This is the number that you guys need to remember. If they sell 70,000 copies, Zach and Tarn both get $1 million each for Christmas before taxes. So it's actually more like 700,000. So they need to sell like just over 100,000 copies for Zach and Tarn to get $1 million for Christmas. Let's get Zach and Tarn $1 million for Christmas. There's also that one completely brain dead thread on the Dwarf Fortress Steam forums where there's this person just like screaming that like it should just be free on Steam and the tile set should be a $30 DLC, and it's like, yeah, that would fail horribly because we've seen how well that goes for other games that have tried that. Isn't that exactly what we have? Yes. Mist Runner. I think you and me talked about this thread actually when I was reading. I think I linked that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, Zach and Tarn both deserve $1 million for Christmas. Although, in reality, it isn't $1 million for Christmas. It's healthcare guarantees for Christmas, which is better than $1 million. The UI is more important than the tile set IMO. And the thing is though, Classic, which is the free version, is getting the UI upgrade, right? So it's completely optional to even buy the game if you just want the UI upgrade. Quite literally, it is completely optional. If all you care about is the UI upgrade and you still want to use old modded tile sets, you don't even need to buy premium because you're still getting the UI upgrade. That's a literal, like, you get that regardless. Yeah, Classic gets the UI too because Tarn doesn't want to support two different UIs. It would literally make development slower if they had to support the old and the new. So, like, old Dwarf Fortress, and I've shown this screenshot a dozen times and also mentioned this in the video that I uploaded this morning, which is, like, amazing to me that people haven't, like, completely realized this yet, but, where's those screenshots? These are the mock-ups of what Classic is going to look like. So Classic gets this. So the free version of the game that you download from the website is going to look like this. Either same day as release or a couple days after release. Whenever Tarn gets it done. Because that's mostly what he's working on right now from what I can tell. There's a lot of Classic stuff. So like you don't even need to buy premium if all you want is the UI. Of course, I encourage you to buy premium because it means that Zach and Tarn get paid. But, like, you don't even have to. So if you're one of those people who's like, man, I can't afford it, or I'm worried it won't run. If you're worried it won't run on, say, Mac or Linux, download the free version and test it. See if you can make it work. If you can, Steam will work. If you don't have the funds, or you live in a country where the economy is fucked, or you live somewhere that doesn't have access to Steam for whatever reason or another, or it's illegal because you need a VPN, or fucking who cares, just download the free version. This is public knowledge. This is what the game was announced to be from the start. So you literally don't need to worry about being able to afford Dwarf Fortress, because it's just, it's a free video game that's going to remain free. Which fort is this? It's called Stonewater. It's in the same world as all of the Plank of Nations stuff, and forts like Mothfall, and a lot of other previous forts I've done. It's just a big old volcano mega project, basically. I hope it takes off RimWorld style and he swims in it. No, it probably won't because of the difficulty curve. Here's the thing. How much Dwarf Fortress have you played, Knight? Genuine question. That's wall grade. I need to hit C first. But serious question. Not in a few years. What difficulty curve are you talking about? Because I think you're confusing difficulty curve with obtuse. Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily easy game. It's very, 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 very easy. It's obtuse. That does not mean it's difficult. The premium version is removing the vast majority of the obtuseness. So you're going from an extremely obtuse, tricky game to just a tricky game. RimWorld is a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is just obtuse. But once you understand the obtuseness, you saw how I decimated like 100 goblins earlier, if you were here earlier. And so the thing is, Dwarf Fortress is an extremely deep game, but it does a very good job making the depth not irrelevant, but ignorable. So you can play a lot of Dwarf Fortress and completely ignore the depth of it, right? That is up to the player to dig into and kind of hold in their heart and treasure. But you don't need to actually expose yourself to that to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. And by that I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need to be this super complex, deep, crazy, insane game. It can just be a cozy little town builder where you build little desert island colonies that never get invaded. You do not need to play Dwarf Fortress in a way that makes it into a hard game. Even if you set RimWorld to the easiest possible difficulty and settle on a desert island in the middle of nowhere, it's a hard game. So I completely disagree when you say it probably won't because it has the difficulty curve. I think it has the potential to do better because it doesn't. And the reason I say that is RimWorld appeals to a certain kind of person, right? A person who likes colony builders, a person who likes tower defense, a person who likes strategy. Dwarf Fortress also appeals to that kind of person because it can be played like that. You can play on a haunted biome nearby a bunch of necromancer towers and fight a lot of wars at once and have a hard base defense game if you want that. But you can also essentially play like Stardew Valley levels of difficulty in just like a little tavern fort with a small population close to a bunch of elves that don't invade you, in a surface fort that doesn't dig down, where you never run into any big scary creatures, except maybe a dragon shows up and burns your whole thing down. But like generally, you're not going to run into that. Those learning curve things are memes from like 2008 that really should just be left where they came from, which is in 2008. As hilarious as they are, Dwarf Fortress isn't difficult, it's obtuse. And this next patch is removing the majority of the obtuseness, which means suddenly we're just going to have a very deep game, which is approachable. Another good example of a game that's not difficult, it's just obtuse, would be Crusader Kings 2. And Crusader Kings 2 was always kind of like Nobody describes Crusader Kings as hard, right? There are ways to play Crusader Kings that makes it really hard. But really, Crusader Kings is a sandbox that you play to create the narrative of your choosing, right? Crusader Kings 3 removed that by having a 4-hour tutorial, right? And the second the game stopped being as obtuse because you just sit there and you play through that 4-hour tutorial and you have a pretty good idea of what you're doing by the end of that. Let's check on that dwarf with the strange mood. Dwarf Fortress is essentially getting that same treatment right now, where it's not an easy game by any stretch, but it's also nowhere near as bad as people say it is, right? So, and like, I use Crusader Kings as an example all the time because I think it's the best one that I have of just like, yeah, Crusader Kings 1 and Crusader Kings 2, obtuse as fucking difficult games. Crusader Kings 3, not so much, because you just have to sit there and play the tutorial. And Dwarf Fortress is the same. You'll just have to sit there and play the tutorial. Although I'm assuming that the Dwarf Fortress tutorial isn't going to be as comprehensive and in-depth as something like the Crusader Kings tutorials. But even then, we have a huge, incredibly deep, comprehensive wiki, which will probably get completely overhauled within hours. And there will be many people in the community who can help, and I don't think it's going to be that difficult. When you first played DF, it seemed super hard, but you mostly learned with using Google and the controls. But once something in Dwarf Fortress is a lot easier. Dwarf Fortress, yeah. The hard part about Dwarf Fortress is remembering what fucking menu you have to go to figure out how many books you have. The hard part about Dwarf Fortress isn't defending your fortress, considering you can just like box your dwarves in and put a drawbridge up front, and you'll never get attacked by anything. Whoa! I actually have a dwarf tantruming. I think this might be my first tantrum in this fort. Of course, it's Potato King. I think he's tantruming because throwing a tantrum possessed by Kogan, the ghostly crafts dwarf. So that crafts dwarf a crafts dwarf that died is possessing that dwarf, which is causing him to tantrum. We've got a possession. So let's put that memorial down so that hopefully that won't last too long. This is also a bad place to have a dwarf tantruming. You know, like in the middle of a drawbridge. With lava on either side, with dwarves running past constantly. Pausing piles of clothes marked with X from the dead dwarves is the way to get those clothes piled up somewhere. So the reason they're marked with X is because they're degrading. Anything marked with an X or two X's or bold X's are varying levels of degradation. So it's got nothing to do. The X's have nothing to do with the vampire, just for that kind of sake. But like. When traders show up, when you go to move items to the depot, you can press S to search for items and then search by damaged items by pressing 1X, and then just go to the clothing thing and you can sell them super quickly, or you could just dump them, or you could make a stockpile that specifically only allows damaged items, but that's a little finicky. Basically, it just means that they're items that are degrading. And items degrade all the time. So like as an example, I'm just gonna finish placing these gold bars, and then I'll just select a random dwarf. See, this dwarf's cave spider silk shoe is like about to fall apart. It is in tatters, it's described as. Speaking of, how am I doing for cloth? 300 something? Shoe cloth. Let's just do 200. 200 cloth shoes. Go get them. Go get them, dwarves. And, let's cover these puppers in webs. That dwarf's still tantruming. Can we please get that constructed? So hopefully this will stop that dwarf from tantruming once this gets placed. You gotta say shout outs to Potato King for like hanging in there and not like actually slapping somebody into the lava. Hey, look, there goes the dwarf with the strange mood. You go get him, buddy. Also enjoy your lurks pie. Why is Shift R upsetting? What, this menu? Have you ever actually tried to use this menu? Like, genuine question. Have you ever actually tried to use this menu for anything useful? The reason this menu is upsetting is because it uses the old mini-map, as you can see over there. And, you know, I've played thousands of hours of this game. That mini-map doesn't make any sense. Also, hey, DNAC, what's up? So, why is it upsetting? I don't know, you tell me. Like, genuine statement, you tell me. That is why it's upsetting. It's because this menu is completely useless and might as well not exist. Although you can find out specific rooms value from that menu if you know what you're doing. All right, so that dwarf is no longer tantruming. I'm assuming. I don't see him anymore, so. But fortunately, you won't need to understand the minimap, because the minimap is going to be a lot better in the next version, and I can't wait. I'm actually really curious to know what the minimap's going to look like in Classic once Premium's out. Really curious to know that. That's going to be kind of exciting. Also, for those of you who are way too excited like myself, we have this completely unofficial countdown timer, which I've been lurking in basically 24/7, which is run by our community here. This Twitch channel, it's twitch.tv/gremlinformayor, complete with an animated version of that lovely artwork that was released. So let's keep that channel growing and make that the hottest party when Dwarf Fortress is actually launching. Because, like, you know, I'm gonna do a Dwarf Fortress launch stream, right? And I'm probably just gonna be sitting here for the last bit of it, just like staring at that stream, going 5, 4, 3, and stuff like that. So. Go give that channel a follow, and feel free to unfollow it after Dwarf Fortress is out or whatever, but let's have some fun with that thing while we can. Because how often do you get to have a game release like Dwarf Fortress? Maybe we'll bring it back for adventure mode, you know? Installing stream? I'll probably already have the game installed. Stream crash. Steam crashes. Steam goes... Steam didn't go offline when Call of Duty launched. And you know what? I love Dwarf Fortress, but I don't think it's going to outsell Call of Duty. So... Does the UI eliminate the need for a tool like Dwarf Therapist? It can. So clearly you haven't watched any of the preview footage, so I will simply say this. It completely reworks the job assigning menu. So the way job assigning works in the current version... So you're talking to somebody who doesn't think okay, so for clarity's sake, you're talking to somebody who doesn't think the Dwarf Therapist is necessary, considers it unnecessary bloatware, and finds it annoying, right? So I don't like Dwarf Therapist. That's the first thing you need to know. Dwarf Therapist, in my opinion, has never been necessary, and people who use it are lazy. So knowing who you're talking to aside, and my dumb opinions that don't matter aside, Premium and the new UI rework is completely redoing how jobs are assigned. Yeah, it's fine. Feel free to be lazy. I think it's stupid. And it makes the game crash. So, in my experience. But Premium... If Premium doesn't completely eliminate the need for the vast majority of people to use Dwarf Therapist, Premium's a failure. That's because the way you assign jobs in Classic currently is you select a dwarf, you hit P, right? You press L, and these are all your jobs. You assign subcategories and just press enter what you want them to do. Super easy, very quick. Therapist is completely irrelevant already for me because of how easy that menu is to use. This stuff is not hard for me to read at all. I find it quite easy to parse. Some people find it difficult. I know people with dyslexia find it damn near impossible, which is totally fair. Premium is organizing like Dwarf's thoughts a lot better in the character sheets, and also there is a sub-menu underneath the units menu where you can cycle between which dwarf has what job, essentially making it like a matter of, like, you click this menu, right, to see all the dwarves. There's a sub-menu in Premium that's just like, only show dwarves that are assigned to mining, only show dwarves that aren't assigned to mining, only show dwarves that are assigned to this job. And there's just like a list of jobs. You can click the jobs you want, and then you can just add other dwarves into the job super easily from that menu. So is it a grid like RimWorld? No. Does it give you a grid of all of the jobs like RimWorld? No, because they don't like grids. Zach and Tarn don't like grids. They think that's bad game design. But it's just a list of sub-menus that are super easy to cycle through that does essentially the same functionality. And if all that you want is the ability to reassign jobs, then absolutely, yeah, it just completely negates the need for it whatsoever. Your brain melts, try to not use. I feel like you should stop superheating your brain mist. You might get further in life. Because if everything just causes your brain to melt, your brain is made of some pretty unstable matter. I hate to break it to you. Stone, good day. How was Sunday dinner? But yeah, with the knowledge of who you're speaking to, I don't think it will be necessary for the average player. What I do think it will still be useful for, and what I think DF Hack will still be useful for, are people who want to build super micromanaged mega projects, and I think that's been the only actual use for Dwarf Therapist for a really long time. I think it's a damn shame that Dwarf Therapist has become such a common use thing for the vast majority of the player base, because largely I think you'll learn the game better and you'll become way better acquainted with the game's mechanics if you don't use it. But, you know, like I said, my opinions don't matter. I'm just a guy with too much free time on the internet who smokes too much weed. Just launch on Tuesday at maintenance hour and claim it was sales doing it. True, but they're launching at 7 a.m. Pacific. And maintenance doesn't happen until like 3 p.m. Pacific on a Wednesday, so. Brain overheating is a mechanic in Cogmind. True, and brain becoming so big that other interdimensional species find you and teleport into your local space-time and then, like, stab you to death with, like, extendable claws is a CUD feature. So there are multiple games that I can think of off the top of my head that had variations on brain melting. Also, I think melting, like, other people's brains in CUD is straight up just, like, a power. Isn't that literally what Sunder Mind is just, like, give you a migraine until you explode? I'm pretty sure that's literally what Sunder Mind is in that game. It's just like, make them think so hard their brain explodes. Probably a crutch on your part, but then again, you like the grid system, but you can understand that it doesn't fit their design philosophy. The whole thing about Dwarf Fortress is design philosophy, right? Dwarf Fortress is a storyteller. The goal of Dwarf Fortress is that you mismanage your dwarves. The goal of Dwarf Fortress is that you fuck up and forget that you have a job repeating. The goal of Dwarf Fortress is to make the dwarves feel like they have autonomy. So it makes perfect sense to me why they would want to stay away from grids when possible, because grids just lead to people micromanaging and not paying as much attention where they could. So for me, it makes a lot of sense why Zach and Tarn don't like grids, but I also get why people want them. And I think that there will be a place for Dwarf Therapist, and the people that work on that are already planning on updating it. So, like, if you still want to use it, you'll be able to. But I'm recommending this to everybody who hasn't followed the Dwarf Fortress Premium super closely. Give it a week. Try and just learn the new UI without learning Therapist, because you will learn the game better and you will get more out of it if you're just playing the game and not staring at external tools all the time. Well, I mean, that'll be much harder in Premium too, because they will literally, you'll be able to see their clothes. Like, suddenly you'll have naked dwarves everywhere at Megalove. But, you know, losing is fun, right? So, look at all those Bloodthorn logs. Great, great, glorious Bloodthorn logs. You're just gonna make, like, 100 dwarves in different biomes and settings and fiddle with the new tile. I mean, like, I really, 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 really hope that they give me time to fuck around with the game before it gets, like, released to the public and before I'm allowed to stream it. I really hope I have, like, a couple day-long embargo so I can do literally that and just, like, release a video called, here's every biome in Dwarf Fortress. Good luck. Here's every haunted variant of every biome in Dwarf Fortress. I don't think they're going to have... I very much doubt that you're going to see dangly bits running around in DF, and in a world where, like, Cyberpunk isn't banned from Twitch for nudity, I'm pretty sure Dwarf Fort will be fine for Rana. I'm pretty sure. Like, you know, people talk about, like, how graphic Dwarf Fortress is a lot of the time, and to me that's just kind of funny, because it's like, yeah, sure, it's graphic, and yeah, sure, there will be weird little naked men running around everywhere, but, like, have you seen Conan Exiles and some of the shit you can do in that game? Like, have you seen Shower with Your Dad Simulator? And that's also not banned on Twitch, so I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. I'm pretty sure Dwarf Fortress will be just fine. Have those people read German fairy tales? I've read enough of the Brothers Grimm to know what you're referencing. I mean, there is actually that German grandma who reads bedtime stories on Twitch. Bet you she's read a couple of pretty dark fairy tales. Also, chat room, I just want to say a huge thank you. There's a ridiculously large number of people here, and I'm kind of floored by it, to be honest. Also, we finished up our Kit Fox logo. Kit Fox logo. Hey, that dwarf finally finished what they were making. They made a shoe. Cybrick the Clother has created Thamoranum, a bulky Rami shoe, and claims it as a family heirloom. Boiled ages. Are you back already from the airport? Did you already go and fly and come back? You said you'd be back in a couple hours. It's been maybe an hour. This is a bulky Rami shoe. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with jute and bloodthorn and mongoose leather and encircled with bands of Rami and jute. It is made from Rami cloth. On this object is adorned with hanging rings of clear garnet and menaces with spikes of green glass. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in clear garnet. On the item is an image of Mincot Blazehall the dwarf and dwarves in bloodthorn. Mincot Blazehall is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Mincot Blazehall to the position of king of the realm of Savants in the midwinter of 152. On the item is an image of the old romances, a phalite crown in diorite. It's worth 65,320 Zathal. Yes, a very good shoe. Rest in peace to all those who invested in Blockbuster. It's a very shoeful day. Also, sorry if I seem dismissive on some questions about Dwarf Fortress, just because, like, I don't know how obvious it is, but I do spend, like, hours a day some days responding to the same comments over and over in YouTube comments, so it's worn on me a little bit. I'm just looking forward to other people just being able to play the game and answering their questions themselves. Is that a left or the right one? Is it even possible to check? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I'm sitting here going, where did it end up? Yeah, someone's probably hauling it. Where is it? You? Nope. You're hauling a different shoe. Yeah, it got ran off with. I don't think it's possible to check. At least not in vanilla. Maybe it's like those Dutch wooden shoes that are like, doesn't matter if it's your left or right foot, they'll both kind of fit, but both be very uncomfortable. Or do dwarves have symmetrical feet and they work like horseshoes? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Although we have learned that they do in fact have thumbs. Zach and Tarn had to correct me on Thursday. Dwarves do in fact have thumbs. So to whomever was reading the raws, you misread them because there are in fact thumbs. Unless you only have 2 fingers, yes. Well, actually, unless you have up to 4 fingers. If you have 5 fingers, then the 5th is a thumb. But I also kind of like the idea of dwarves having symmetrical feet. Their feet just being like little round spheres. Actually, chat, have you guys ever seen the fighting game Balls? Hold on. Let me find this. Balls! Yes, Balls 3D. This is a real thing, I swear. Balls, it's a fighting game. Looks like this. I'm not, yeah, balls, yes, balls. See, Armor knows what I'm talking about, balls. So what if dwarves' feet are like balls? No, Tory Bash is a clone of balls, I think, actually. I think it's I'm pretty sure balls predates Tory Bash. Anyway, you're okay with that? It wouldn't surprise me. Considering their dimensions are not very specific, they're just centimeters cubed, so as long as the centimeters cubed fits and they have beards, because it's spelled with a Z, yeah. That's how you know balls is a good game, is because it's spelled with a Z. I mean, that's not hard to do. Most people are bashing the Tories right now, I would say. I don't even know about what's going on in British politics most of the time, and I'm pretty sure they're generally bashing the Tories. So up top here, what color should I make this? I don't have enough silver to do it in white. I could do it in green. I could do it in... Okay, I officially know more. Actually, let's do it in phthalite. I think I have enough phthalite. Yeah, I could do it in phthalite. I can also, like, dig out more if I need to. Hates politics? C'est la vie. I kind of love politics, but just because there's always something to talk about. You know enough to run. That's fair. Also, I enjoy, like, complaining about Canadian politics because they always seem so quaint in comparison with the rest of the planet. But, you know. Dude wears a cowboy hat and owns a big rocket company? Is he compensating for something? So generally, I think the people who own big rocket companies are compensating for something. Also, hi, Animal. You know, clue what we on about? Nothing of value as per usual. Dwarfy things, less dwarfy things. Me complaining about irrelevant BS. The usual. If that counts. I mean, most thrash metal bands are pretty political. Havoc's Conformicide comes to mind. Fuck, that's a good album, just in general. God damn. Although I've been just listening to that new Muse new-ish Muse album? New Muse? Album quite a bit recently. Compliance is a particularly good banger. We just need your compliance. Block. Rock. 14, because I'm pretty sure that's all I have. Where'd it go? There. Oh, no, I have 50. Game lied to me. Okay. Seems like a cool dude. Fair enough. I know nothing about this person, so. Speedrun of pitchforks and torches any percent? We talking about Twitter now? It's like noon and my like normal chat people have shown up and they're like, all right, guys, Twitter talk, let's go. Can you use the poisonous metals as molten metals? Like, so a lot of like, okay. Like lead as, so a lot of like different metals that exist in real life aren't forgeable in Dwarf Fortress. Like you can't make arsenic in Dwarf Fortress unless you mod it in. But even then, poisons are, while they exist in Dwarf Fortress, there are poisons. Toxic metals, I don't think exist in the game currently. Like as an example, you can make everything in your entire fortress out of lead and no one will have any ill side effects. So on one hand, some of them, yes. Can you just use that as a form of defense? No. It's like, theoretically, Dwarf Fortress has all of the materials in it to make liquid mercury. But no and no. Also, hi, Belliner. What's up? You taking a day off today? You think it should be a criminal penalty you must now govern? Wait, what? You know what? I'm just going to let you guys have that conversation in the middle because there's enough dwarfy things that I can just ignore it. Which is fine. You can keep it going. I do not care. Mercury bats. I saw a TikTok that got reposted to Reddit recently that was just somebody saying, "Oh man, like I broke my thermostat and this weird fun liquid came out." And they're just like playing with mercury in their hand and it's like, dumb. I mean, you could absolutely dump molten metals mixed with molten rock on things, but the problem is like, time is weird in Dwarf Fortress, right? Like 30 seconds in Dwarf Fortress is a day passing, right? So if I drop, let's just say, a bunch of bronze into this lava right here, right? It's going to melt and mix in with the lava almost instantly because time moves so quickly in Dwarf Fortress. If time moved slower in Dwarf Fortress, then theoretically you could dump molten metals on things. There was actually molten metals left on my walkways after the last siege when I dumped lava on their heads because a lot of their gear melted, right? So, can you dump molten metals on things? No, not really, because it disperses into lava, which you need to make molten metals quick enough that it's just lava by the time it hits the thing that you're dumping it on. But you can absolutely use lava to burn things. You went to a Lumo festival here. It's a festival of light. Gotcha. There's a bunch of those happening around me, but they all cost money and recommend and like the one that's actually in my city, you have to buy 2 tickets. Because it's meant for couples, so it's like, well, I couldn't even go, even if I wanted to. So, unless I want to buy 2 tickets and then just only show up with one person. I just like get stoned and wander around in it. But then at that point, I don't think it's worth the $30. It's $15 a person. That sucks. It's called being single, sir. I got to play with Mercury in high school. It was the last cast that we got to do. Really? You were told to not let it touch your skin? I got to play with Mercury at a science fair once, but it was like inside of a sealed box, and I had to put my hands through like the holes in the sealed box into these big thick plastic gloves, and then I could stick the glove into a giant vat of mercury and fondle it and do weird things and make like spheres out. It was super cool, neat experience, but like I didn't actually get to touch it. I got a petition available. A planter guild hall. Sure. We'll just approve that and I'll go build it before I forget. I think I'm just going to put it up here. Well, could also put it up here. Yeah, you know what, let's put it like one above up here. We'll give them a little bit more growing space up here too. It's way too big. But yeah, that sounds fun, Belle. Kind of jealous. Let's do that. Clear off this. Those 2 sides, and that'll be my farmer guild. No, definitely you don't want to bathe in Freddie Mercury. You don't know what kind of diseases you're going to get. They were still not cleaning up the mercury they had dumped into the water to treat lumber? Really? Ay. Mercury scares the piss out of me. It's one of the few like real life things that genuinely scares the shit out of me. One was 100% funded by the city, so it's fully free to everyone. Yeah, no, people are too profit-driven around here to do that. Just don't drink mercury? I'm way ahead of you on that one. I will not drink mercury. Don't need to tell me that twice. Naturally, where you have live plant. Hey, my mom gave me live planting demonstrations this past year, explaining how to properly plant radishes. And you know what? Our radishes did great. They were really happy radishes. You're keeping your eye on me? Okay, then. They used to place it on people for medicinal purposes. Well, I know that, like, ancient Egyptians used to use honey as a disinfectant, and this included, like, toothaches. So, you know. Have a toothache. Better put some honey on it. Sure, that'll clean it up right in a jiffy. Allied blocks. Which is, like, kind of hilarious, but also, like, also kind of interesting because honey actually is a natural disinfectant. Like, you can't, like, if, say you have, like, an infected cut and you fill it up with honey, it will actually do some good. But obviously, like, you know, on a toothache, it's not going to go so far. It's going to just make the toothache worse. But on, like, cuts, you know, there's actually some, like, legitimate science there. Yeah, I've been told. I've seen pictures of, like, that happening. My parents have talked about such things as well, Knight. But, you know, what do we have here on the ground? It's really... Are these all shoes? Okay, so these are all shoes that are just getting dumped. That's kind of nightmare-inducing, Pilot. But, I mean, you know, hey, if that's the kind of weird flex you want to have as the guy that gargles mercury, then more power to you, I guess. Yes, but, like, one shouldn't strive to be the cause of the distress, Pilot. Currently, you are the cause of the distress, and that is very distressing.
Woohoo!
Did you like my video? It's actually just Huzzah, just gurgling fucking mercury. Someone's gonna tune into my stream right now and be like, what the fuck? As always, great time to tune in. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, as far as these bonus streams go, I mean, the plan for actual release, once Dwarf Fortress is out, or once I have the ability to stream a version of Dwarf Fortress that is available for purchase, or will be available for purchase, I'm just going to be streaming 6 days a week. So this is kind of me warming back up and winding back up, because for those of you who've been around this channel for a while, you'll know I used to stream 7 days a week. What's up, GG Gabe? You know, I used to stream 7 days a week, and before that I stream, and then after that I streamed 6, and then for a while there I streamed 5, and now I do the 3 days a week, but I stream a lot of hours. Kind of winding back up to get ready to do that again. What's up, Keytrax? Chemist says, though, that brief contact is okay as long as you have no cuts, and being that mercury has such a high surface tension, you can unsafely walk on a pool on it. Yeah, I remember seeing this, my dad showing me this picture of some science magazine. Couldn't tell you what it was. And there was a guy just like sitting like this on a pool of mercury with like gloves on and like shoes and like jeans, just like sitting on like a pool full of mercury. What's up, Mocat? Football Manager, rain, coffee, chill. Hell yeah. Chill complex games to watch chill complex games. But that dwarf was carrying a dead dwarf. They were flickering. Sketched out? You seem to think I actually plan my forts. That is very flattering, but not true. I don't plan anything. I know I have some idea of some videos I'm gonna make, but do I have anything sketched out? Nah. I don't even script my videos. How could I sketch things out? I literally ad-lib stuff together. It's more like fishing for morons. All right, so phthalate. In the rain? Hell yeah. I was actually, for a period of time there, I knew a bunch of guys who literally streamed nothing but Football Manager. I wonder what those guys are all up to these days. All of the We Stream FM guys. They were a pretty cool crew. It's been a while, though, since I talked with any of them. Because the mutual friend that I had with them just, like, stopped streaming and kind of dipped out of the industry, basically. And that's kind of a game that you don't really hear about much outside of the people who play it a lot, you know? He now keeps it in a 5-gallon bucket. Hopefully a well-sealed 5-gallon bucket. That certainly sounds like something that somebody would do for YouTube reasons. Certainly sounds like something somebody would do. Also, to those of you who've left comments saying, like, hope this video does well and such, it's the video that I uploaded this morning is currently getting views faster than anything I've uploaded since the release date video. So, found a bit of a guy who floated an anvil on Mercury. That's kind of cool, actually. Like, that is actually kind of cool. Like, definitely, like, you know, there are some dangerous as fuck things you can do, right? There are some stupid as fuck things you can do. And I'm totally okay with watching somebody who is relatively versed in doing such dangerous things from a safe distance where I am not going to be harmed. But I hope they don't harm themselves in the process. Also, you guys want to see something crazy? You guys want to see a wild stat? Check this out. So the day that I uploaded Zach and Tarn's interview, like the chat that we did the other day, I got 2,451 hours of watch time. 2,451. It's the most watch time I've ever had in a day. A lot of watch time. Like, that's like double my previous record. I think like 1,100 was my previous record. For one of those videos. You don't understand, but your dwarves won't plant any more plump helmets. The fortress, literally 200, you don't understand why. Do you have seeds? If you press Z and go to the kitchen screen, you can select plump helmets, wherever they are on mine. Oh, I see. You have to hit tab to find seeds. But do you have plump helmet seeds? Or plump helmet spawn? But if you get desperate and you're in a temperate biome that has stuff growing outside, go outside, hit D, hit P, and just gather a bunch. Yeah, and that's the second question. If they said no, then I was going to ask if they were cooking seeds. But yeah, you can just gather stuff from outside. And also, if you have access to a cavern layer where cavern stuff is growing, you can go to the cavern layer and just gather more plump helmets. Oh, is that why people were asking earlier if Cody did it? Yeah, I have no idea who you're talking about, and I have almost no interest in science YouTubing, so kind of lost on me. But thanks for the details of who did it. I used to know a guy who did a bunch of stuff in flea markets. He was like a mutual friend of somebody I used to hang out with, and he had what are those radioactivity counter things where you can like scan stuff and see radioactivity. Anyway, he was at a flea market at one point, like trying to sell a bunch of old clocks, and he actually got kicked out because he had a bunch of old clocks that were so radioactive they were setting off somebody else's radioactivity detector like halfway across the room. They're like, where's this radioactivity coming from? They just like followed it all the way back over to this guy's like antique shelf, and they're like, yeah, you gotta get rid of those. 173 plump helmet spawn. Huh. Okay, so next thing that it could possibly be is you just don't have anybody assigned to farming. But I'm assuming that you do. And I'm assuming that that's... Did you accidentally go into the orders screen and... where is it? Gather wood. Is it workshops? There is a option in here that stops them from gathering food. Oh, did you accidentally hit O and then F? Dwarves ignore food. Because I've done that before, and then it's like, why are they not harvesting anything? It's because they ignore food and won't haul it unless they're hungry. And even then, they won't go get it. Probably Soviet-era clocks. I think it was multiple Soviet-era clocks. Actually. Multiple imported Soviet-era clocks. Because he basically was like I don't want to say he was a clock salesman because he was an antiques guy, but like he had a lot of clocks. They were pretty rad clocks, though. Very intriguing combo. Fair enough. I tend to fall more into the game design parts of YouTube. No orders is not set to ignore food. Odd. I would just make a new... I would just make a new farmer's plot and see what happens. Like, just make a new farm and see if they use that one. Maybe you've got something weird with the pathing. That is strange. I mean, yeah, if you're running DF hack, then I can't like fix anything for you because I have no idea. I refuse to do auto. I don't use auto labor. I don't use DF hack, and I don't use therapist. Right, so it's like, I would just make sure that like you actually have dwarves assigned to farming, because farming fields is like a pretty important job that you need to have assigned, right, in order for any of it to work. Human caravan has arrived. Sweet, 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 sweet. Let's sell a bunch of this ammo because I don't need much of it. Also, let's sell all the arrows that have ended up here. Wheelbarrows, not arrows. At least you have an idea now. Yeah, I mean, like, I can point you in the right direction, but I can't always, like, 100% definitively be like, this is your problem! Because, honestly, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is kind of ambiguous enough that it's like, well, it could be like 30 different things. Are you sure your farmer is not stuck in the hospital? Generally, a fortress of 200 probably has more than one farmer, I would assume. And even if they're not like classified as farmers, there's probably at least 24 dwarves that have farming assigned. Well, they said that they have 200 seeds, right? Or like, I was like 150 something. It was like 156 seeds or something. So like, if you have seeds, then like that shouldn't be the issue. Unless they're somehow forbidden or they've like blocked food collection or something, which they said they didn't, so. I am the auto labor. I am the auto labor. Can't automate this. Unless they're stuck in the plump helmet. Maybe the helmet's stuck in them. Also, this is grand. We've gotten Gremlin for mayor above 70 followers. Hell yeah. Gremlin for... Actually, Diamond, has Gremlin for mayor qualified for affiliate yet? Like, I'm not... I don't think you should activate affiliate, because that's just going to give people ads, but, like... If it's qualified for affiliate, then we've done it. Does this game have co-op or multiplayer? Nope and nope, and will never have either. There are some mods that sort of make co-op work, but the only thing they really do is reinforce why you don't actually want co-op in this game. This is a very old game that wasn't really designed with internet in mind and has never been designed with internet in mind, and co-op and multiplayer is something you kind of need to design with internet in mind from the beginning. Dwarf Fortress was never a game that was designed for that, and the brothers who make it have no real interest in designing it for that. Just for like a little bit of elaboration, I received dozens of questions for the last talk I did with Zach and Tarn on Thursday, asking about multiplayer. You know what I did? Control find, like search, typed in multiplayer, delete all. Just to get rid of it, because like there's no point in even asking the question, because it's the answer is no, and the answer will never be yes. Zach and Tarn are much more diplomatic about it than I am, but the answer is no. It's just not going to happen. It's not in the scope of the game. But what players do when they want to play together is we do what's called legacy forts, which is basically just where you share a save file. If you want to play multiplayer with somebody, you send them your save file, they play for a year, they send it back to you, you play it for a year, you send them back. How am I able to play this game with blindness? So I'm legally blind. I'm not completely blind. There's a pretty stark difference there. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision. Games like this are actually easier for me to follow visually than games like, I don't know. I always use Overwatch as an example, but essentially games like this are games with simple tiles that are pretty static are way easier for me to follow. Like this game's way more visually clear than any game that's 3D, essentially. Only way you could possibly imagine multiplayer somewhat working would be similar to how SimCity games did it, with each person playing their own individual city and you can interact with each other. And you know what's funny is that's what killed the SimCity franchise, because everybody fucking hated it because it was awful. And it's like, suddenly people want that? I don't get it. Axic, Ivhol Colmo said, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have as our merchants? And they also have some rumors. I'm going to ask for... I mean, I could ask for a quick lime. I don't have what I want. Which is a shame. Okay, fine. Fine in that case. In that case, I will simply ask for Electrum, Sterling Silver, Black Bronze, Rose Gold, Bismuth, Platinum, and Aluminum. You have a type of migraine that gives you a type of blindness where your non-peripheral vision stops existing. Gotcha. You can only see movement that only lasts for 15 minutes at a time. Oh boy. Yeah, no, I'm legally blind and my eyes are getting worse every year. Since you're like being polite, I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes, right? So this eye is super heavily affected. This eye is partially affected. Essentially, it's a birth defect. No, there's no cure, and I draw a pretty strict line when it comes to talking about my disabilities. Do not talk to me about cures because there's no way to make it better. Yes, my eyes get worse every year. Yes, I will eventually be succumbed by the complete void of darkness. No, there's no implants. No, there's no cybernetics. That stuff's fucking fantasy. Yes, there's been attempts. None of them have been successful. I used to have that command, and I just deleted it because it didn't help. Maybe I'll remake it when premium launches. I don't know. An adventure is your multiplayer dream. Knowing how time works in Dwarf Fortress, the adventurers wouldn't work because they Like a day in adventure mode takes like 30 minutes real time if you're playing at the speed that I play adventure mode, whereas a day in fortress mode is about 30 seconds, so the timelines would get fucked up really quickly. It just, the game isn't designed for it, Slim. And like, as much as like we can sit there and dream about it, like, the game isn't designed for it. Actually, honestly, here's a game that you should play. If you want to play a game that is nothing like Dwarf Fortress, but if you want to play a big multiplayer game, go play this. This is a multiplayer city builder, right? This is a game that can have up to, it's like 500 people on a server, and each server, everybody gets a tile. And in that tile, you build a city. And it's a kind of a Dwarf Fortress-y looking city, but it's much more akin to something like Pharaoh. And the whole point of the game is you do not have enough stuff to actually complete your city. You have to work with other players in the world. Stuff is extraordinarily slow. The one time I really tried playing it, it took me like 8 hours to even get close to like starting to build a town, and it probably would have taken weeks, if not months, to actually build up a town. And then there's also the part where other players can just invade your shit and take all your stuff or bully you into submission so you can't have fun in the first place. I don't understand why people obsess over multiplayer so much. It's something that I don't get. It's just the fact that Dwarf Fortress is a single-player game where multiplayer is just not even in the scope is part of the appeal for me. And also, Fortress mode would run at like 1 frame a second philosophy. And you wouldn't be able to like pause in between turns. You'd have to play Fortress adventure mode, and it just it wouldn't. So run a legacy game with your friends. Those are a ton of fun. Like there was some people in another Discord server that I'm in playing Dwarf Fortress, and you know, Diamond, are you on my side or are you on the enemy's side? Because my side is no multiplayer will never work in Dwarf Fortress. The enemy's side is what you're saying right now, so stop suggesting that shit. Team up with me. Come on, man. We're friends. Serious question of your own. Once you are told that a lazy eye can cause blindness, is that true? I don't know. I don't have a lazy eye. But yeah, when it comes to, if you want to play Dwarf Fortress with your friends, sit in a Discord call, okay? One of you take the save file. You spend a year in game. And at the beginning of a fort, that takes maybe 30 minutes to an hour, right? Then everybody else backseats and gives you ideas of what to do. And then you pass the save file to the next person, and then they play for an hour. And then you pass the save file to the next person, and then they play for an hour. And then you pass the save file to the next person, and then they play for an hour. It's a way of playing Dwarf Fortress that people have been doing for a very long time that's quite enjoyable, that has led to things like Boat Murdered. So that is the way you play Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer. We've been doing this for a very long time, and it doesn't need to suddenly be completely overthought now. So I guess I don't fully understand people's obsession with playing games simultaneously. Dwarf Fortress is a weird, quirky, unique, not modern thing. And just remember it's that. I could sell those boxes. Give us a little bit more bargaining chips. Oh, that's also something that I'm looking forward to, actually, is people designing forts specifically as adventurers' dungeons. But, like, in all seriousness, Dean, I know absolutely nothing about lazy eyes because I don't have one. I knew a person growing up who had a lazy eye, and it never really was a wide topic of conversation because people's disabilities shouldn't be, really, unless you're trying to educate people about them. There's much more interesting things about my personality than the fact that my eyes don't work properly. Unfortunately, it's simply a username that's stuck, and it's kind of difficult to dodge that now. Whoa, did that... Hold on. Where did the ammo go? So there was ammo sitting here because it was sitting on top of this gem window, and they built a floor there and it just disappeared. Nobody ran off with it. It just disappeared. I didn't know they could do that. Which means there's probably like a crossbow bolt built into this structure now. Well, all right then. That's kind of interesting. Huh. That's one sad dwarf. Should also select trader, send to depot. Should just, you know, use phthalate, which is what I've been using for this whole thing. Phthalate. And then this whole thing's done. Then I don't need to worry about it anymore. I can just simply tweet it at KitFox and be like, look what I made. Although I'm still continuing to assume that I'm going to open up Twitter one of these hours and it's just going to be gone. Even if it's only temporary. I still keep expecting it. It hasn't happened yet. Even though parts of Twitter are breaking. Also, there's this one person that keeps adding me and saying, join my Discord because Twitter is going down. It's like, fucking join mine. I'm in 99 servers. Stop asking me to join your server. It's literally not going to happen, dude. Are we able to make peace with factions in Steam version? I don't think so. But I know that they've added a thing so, like, I honestly, again, I haven't played it, so I don't know. I don't think so, but I know that they've added a thing so that you can, if you get sieged and you don't want to fight the siege, you can just give them a sock and they'll leave. I think it's like stopping a war is a very difficult thing to balance. Like in RimWorld, if you want to stop a war, you just put a bunch of like silver into a thing and just shoot it at them. Well, I say a sock is in like an artifact sock, right? So it's like you can offer them an artifact and they will leave. Or they will demand a specific artifact and then they will leave. Which, you know, in this instance, I'm referring to as a sock. You're praying for the downfall of Twitter? Yeah, it's been a trash fire. The sad part about Twitter to me is that like 8,000 people are losing their jobs for literally no fucking reason. That's the actual sad part. Just all the people that are losing their job. What is truly entertaining though is like, you know, Lily losing, what was it? It was like $22 billion or something in stock value because somebody tweeted, insulin's now free. Pretty good. That was pretty good. That was some pretty good Schadenfreude. That's Schadenfreude I can get down with. Like, whoever wrote that tweet, I want to personally shake their hand and say, good job. Like, at least the 10,000 or whatever layoffs at Facebook this past week. Shoutouts to Elon Posting, who just followed me on Twitch. I don't generally shout out, you know, Twitch followers, but that's just funny and on topic. No, it's at the very least, all those people that just got laid off at Facebook got like a massive severance package, you know? At the very least, they got a massive severance package. It's like 6 months of healthcare coverage and like, it's 3 months starting of severance pay, which is pretty good, considering like how well people in America tend to treat their employees. By that I mean poorly. How Elon was all about bots and at least 80 bots following you on Twitter. All of them. Thousands and thousands of folks losing their job in the tech industry and Amazon, Meta, and Google. Yes. It's terrifying. Into a folly that is the metaverse. Yep. Well, I mean, Meta's been losing money. Well, Facebook, sorry, has been losing money ever since Apple was like, by the way, you can't track people. Lol. Which is pretty funny on the topic of Schadenfreude. So that's just gonna until the internet figures out how to make money in ways that aren't advertising. There's gonna be a lot of lost jobs for a while. Only we can track people, actually. Still true, though. We're not allowed to track people on our platform. Pen pasture stray kitten. I'm sorry, why are we pasturing kittens? I really should just slaughter this kitten. Which is, like, mean to say, but... Okay, what? Why are we pasturing cats? Where are you taking this cat? I'm gonna remove it from this pasture. Okay, so here's the thing. Everybody's just like elaborating on what I said. Yes, you're not wrong, but they still also said that apps can't track people on this device by default, which is what fucked Meta over, or Facebook. Okay, so like, cool. Yes, no, you're not wrong, but also that's besides the point. Much as Apple's deserves the complaints they get, at least they care about people's privacy more than others to an extent. Yeah, outside of that, like with Android phone providers, you have to go with specific phone companies that care about your privacy, that build in features into the phone to not track you with everything, which is what I've been doing my best to do. One of these days, people will realize that just randomly adding people on Twitter and telling them to join their Discords is like the worst way to get people to join your Discord. More places need to adopt policies like the EU did with GDPR. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Okay, so for some reason, I've got a bunch of cats that are stuck in this. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense. Somehow I managed to get some cats assigned to this stockpile and they've been having kittens. Which is fine. But the issue is now they're trying to leave this particular here stockpile. And so the dwarf, and because they're cats, and that's what cats do, right? They try to leave the stockpile. And so it's actually like fucking with a lot of my dwarves pathing because they're constantly replacing these cats in this spot. Okay, wow, there's a lot of them. Right, well, you can stay here because you're a llama. A lot of animals, it's fine. It's more just like, how did all these cats end up in here? I probably just had like 2 cats in there and then they just multiplied. Anyway, kitten soups, anybody? How about piglet and kitten soup? Crundle salad? That's up next. It's going, Canadian Pagan. Also, if you'll notice, not all of them are set to be trained because, or slaughtered, because I do want to keep 2 of them and I want to keep them slightly tamed. All right. They're trying to eat me, right? Meow. All right, I finished it. That's a pretty good little Kit Fox logo. I'm happy with that. So many cruns? Yeah, they do that. I am amazed by how broken Twitter is right now. It's kind of sad, actually. Start breeding foxes and put them all over the logo. I haven't seen a single fox in this entire fort, so I don't know where I would acquire foxes from. I guess I'd have to acquire them from traders. Oh, there's lots of them. Lots and lots and lots of them. Animal. Lots of them. And saying that there's lots of them is kind of also an understatement. It's probably for the best. Honestly, like, the only reason I'm on Twitter is because I do this job. If I didn't do this job, I would never have made a Twitter account. Ask anybody who knew me before I did this job. I never would have made a Twitter account if it wasn't for this job. What's up, white dog? Also, hey, Satchel. Trying to figure out what I can do at the top of this. Or we could just leave it for now. I could go work on other things. Let's focus on digging. Let's go down. Down, 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 down. Down to down to down to down. Three-eyed crocodile with the jur scales poisonous. Wait, hold on a second. Poison sting, poison spittle, deadly spittle, poisonous deadly dust. Is it a poisonous sting? Do you have a military? Because he might be fine. That's not too bad. Good win, animal. Animal, are you the next diamond? Are you taking Diamond's role as the next person to get filthy rich? Because I think you may have. Actually, I wonder, are they going to cancel the... If keep an eye on that side. Yeah, it does. Okay. Poisonous bite? It has a poisonous bite. Do you have a military? Stab it with swords. Sure, you're. And if you don't have a military, you can always use the. This is Stonewater, Satchel. The one with the big pyramid and the lava towers. You can always use the Cryptbeard's rush technique of simply put all of your dwarves into ill-gotten military squads, regardless of if they've had any training, and tell them to charge, and someone will punch it in the head. You might lose some dwarves, but, like, don't lie down and keel over and claim that you're dead just because you've seen a spooky critter. The first Forgotten Beast I remember running into had webs, and we killed it. Of course, I lost like 5 dozen dwarves, but don't worry about that. It's fine. The ones that survived are the ones that told the tales. And you know what? They're the ones that matter. I mean, if you have like an even remotely trained military with like at the very least basic weapons and shields, and they're like trained enough to be addressed as military dwarves and not just recruits, they'll probably do fine. I have some faith in your dwarves. God, there's so much gold down here. But I don't know. Don't listen to my advice. Good luck. If you think you're dead probably. That's so many random animals have been slaughtered. Ugh. Have I already caught more crundles? No. Okay. Never mind. Misread. Things are all right, Metalhead. Things are all right. First Forgotten Beast you dealt with, and you didn't know how military worked then, and still quite don't? Literally in the current game, select a random dwarf, okay? Press P, and then there will be a button that says Add to Squad. Press Enter, right? Then press S, and you can activate that squad by hitting S and then selecting the squad with the letter on your keyboard and then pressing T, and then they'll go to training. Then place an armor stand or a weapon rack, find it, press Q, and tell them to train on that item. So be like, where's something that'll turn into a weapon rack? Okay, so like right here, make barracks or armory K, and then press T on that room. And then they will just train. And as long as you've set them to use metal armor, which is one of the defaults, they will just go get whatever metal armor is available in the best material, and they're pretty good about that. And they will go and collect the best material and weapon and just start using it. And they'll train to use it. Like, military is actually, like, something that people overthink a lot in Dwarf Fortress. Like, yeah, you can overthink it, but you can also just, like, keep it super simple and not worry about it too much, and you'll generally be fine. Also, I was going to do a thing and then completely lost where I was what I was working on, but, you know. I mean, that's all that you really need, right? Like, for whatever it's worth, that's all I ever really do. Is that. It's the very, very, very simple, just build it and it'll probably work. Over there, they're going to just start, you know, working on that gold. It's like, might as well mine it out. There's so much of it. Oh, throwing necromancers in the military will be fun. That will, in fact, be fun. If you throw that squad against, like, an actual full-size army, you'll end up with, like, this weird wall of zombies. You'll have like friendly zombies fighting with unfriendly zombies, fighting with goblins, with you also fighting with goblins or whoever's attacking you, humans or elves or whatever. You'll end up with like 3 separate walls of zombies. Yeah, I mean, that's more than sufficient. All you really need for dwarves to like be relatively safe in the military, or as safe as they can be, I guess, is a weapon, a shield, and a helmet. As long as they have a weapon, a shield, and a helmet, they're generally okay. Generally, they will be okay as long as they have a weapon, a shield, and a helmet. Something for the body. Arms and legs are not that important for survival. Arms and legs are important for survival, but less likely to take immediate critical damage. Like, they're both certainly important, and I wouldn't write it off. But they are significantly less likely to take immediate critical damage from losing a limb than they are from losing their head or body. A migrant has arrived. Does this mean I'm at... Yep, that puts me up to essentially population cap, which is 200. That miner now has... And that migrant now has mining. They need it. Phone bzz, bzz. It's probably my mom. I'll let you know if it's my mom chat, and then you guys can say hi, Mom. Is it my mom? Or is that something else? Something else. Unrelated. Never mind. Provide telling me to pay my phone bill, but I've already paid my phone bill because they automatically get paid. Also, I think that Belliner is no longer lurking, and it's a pity because the things that he was posting and the thing that he went to today look kind of rad. Oh well. Let's automate more of this stuff. Gonna take a while though. So we're now gonna need to do this, smooth those two, and peek inside because that looks sus. That could be a portal to hell right there. We also need to jump up here, and I need to grab these. And go extract metal strands. Extract metal strands. And of course, extract metal strands. I'm gonna follow that dwarf who's gonna go dig. But yeah, generally, like, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, a lot of things can just kind of be chalked up to, good enough. Cosmic King. So when it comes to the military, it's like, as long as everybody's armed with something, even if it's like, as long as it's not made of wood, or as long as it's not an adamantine warhammer, because adamantine should not be used in a warhammer because adamantine is the lightest material and the damage of like blunt weapons is based on weight. You shouldn't really worry too much about the materials used for things in Dwarf Fort. Because while yes, they are important, they are far from the most important part of, having a successful fort, really. Yeah, I mean, like, wrestlers with 2 shields are just as effective as a swords dwarf with a sword and no shield, right? Like, you can do quite well with dwarves that, by all accounts, should just be dead. If that makes any sense. well, lead, gold, and platinum can't be used in weapons by default at all. So, bad direction to point, Tolus, but also not wrong. Also, Tolus, I Kip Fox community manager asked me, she's just like, why do people keep subscribing? They don't get enough out of it. They're only gonna get a month's worth of streams. It's like, well, I'm sure that like they're aware that they're only gonna get a month's worth of streams, and they probably don't want to see the ads. And also, like, you know, you have a sub button, so people are gonna sub. Like, if you don't want people to sub, don't have a sub button. Yes, I would say, actually. Because untrained dwarves will just get exhausted before the fight starts and fall over. You know? Yes, anything can be used for weapons and moods, but you have no control over what dwarves use for a mood. Unless you're, like, forbidding metals and such, but... One thing you used to love about Dwarf Fortress most of the time is that Dwarf Fortress isn't really punishable to different playstyles. You can do most things you want, and the game won't try to force you to play one way. No, totally. Like I said in that Dwarf Fortress introduction video, it's like you could literally make Dwarf Fortress as complicated for yourself or as simple as you want. Do you want to automate everything and make functioning calculators? You could probably do that. Do you want to, like, not do any of that and instead just, you know, make a... I don't know. And instead of doing any of that, do you want to just make a, you know, little farming town? You could also just do that. Like, you don't actually need to interact with all of Dwarf Fortress's systems to play Dwarf Fortress effectively, which some people would describe as bad game design. I say that it's good sandbox design. Like, sure, it might be bad game design, but it's great sandbox design. Yeah, you just need bedrooms, a temple, a tavern, food, booze. Like, basically, you need alcohol, snacks, and a place to sleep, and somewhere to socialize and a place to pray to their god, and they're probably okay. About training weapons to avoid... anybody who tells you that training injuries are still a thing hasn't actively played this game since 2016. Training injuries have not been a thing in a very, very, very long time. And nobody should be warning you about them. All of my dwarves right now are all sparring. All of these blue dwarves are dwarves sparring. They're all using their normal-ass weapons. No one is getting injured. I've never once had... The only time I've had a dwarf get injured while sparring was because of a completely unrelated bug where a dwarf teleported through a wall and landed in a river and drowned. Because they dodged through a wall. The reason training injuries were removed was, one, because it was finicky as fuck to swap between weapons, and two, because people were instead... because there was another mechanic that was added to the game where dwarves will become attached to their weapons, and so you don't want dwarves becoming attached to training weapons, so thus training weapons need for existence was just completely removed from the game, essentially. Casted Misty Step into River. Well, I mean, dwarves can dodge through walls still. It's this weird, like, short-range teleport thing that they have, but... You don't really want your dwarves, like, teleporting through walls. That's a sketchy... That's just straight up a portal to hell, isn't it? Look at that. That's gotta just be a portal to hell. I guess we ignore that one and go for this one over here. I mean, it's certainly sus. Do I even have any strand extractors? Okay, I do. Of course, it's some random fisher dwarf. Give a couple dwarves strand extraction. Yeah, but that requires some prep work first, which I haven't done yet. Which we'll do. Where did you end up down there? Good block. All right, so chat, I've had a lot of people asking me if I can like drain this out to seal it, and yeah, I'm gonna do that. I need to get to this iron. I need to get to this iron. So the next siege that happens, we'll just be waiting out if this hasn't filled yet. It's like 4 or 5 years worth of sieges worth of Goblinite. But we should be able to melt through it pretty quick, I think. Let's see how quickly this drains. Spoilers quite fast. Although it is also worth noting that the towers are full and probably will be usable at least for a single round of dumping lava if I need to. So this is going to empty out this way, down here. So this will empty real fast. Straight off the side of the map. Like real fast. Like it's probably like a quarter emptied already. Yeah, it's already down to 4. It was at 6 of 7 all the way across. So the first half is like already drained, basically. So it's just going to drain off the map. That'll empty out real quick. Oh, frame rate. Because of all of that physics. Also all those humans leaving. You're sure it's fine? Well, I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm the one playing, not you. But you've heard it compared where people are used to RimWorld and his events don't react to what you're doing. So it won't give you sieges just because you're doing well. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are, in RimWorld's defense, there are storytellers that don't just give you sieges because you're doing well. The default one gives you sieges because you're doing well. But there are plenty of other storytellers in RimWorld now that like change the gameplay and don't just give you sieges when you're doing well, as an example. But yes, Dwarf Fortress doesn't actually give a shit about what the player is doing and how well the player is doing. Dwarf Fortress will just simply do things because that's what the world around you is doing and not what the player is doing. And if there's nothing going on in the world, the game gets pretty slow sometimes because that's just how Dwarf Fortress works. If there's not much going on, then there's just not much going on. So once this drains out down here, then where are you going? Oh, I see. Not where I thought you were going. I'm real curious, actually, about how quickly this is going to drain. Yeah, so this was at 6 of 7 before, so it's drained out by 2 points, and it hasn't been going that long. We're making adamantine wafers. But yeah, something that I'm super excited to see in regards to my YouTube channel, because I've had lots of people saying things like my YouTube channel is going to blow up. I don't know about that, but what I am really excited to see is if the VODs of these streams get more views on YouTube once they're streams of the premium version instead of streams of this version. Purely because, like, there's an audience for my stream VODs on YouTube right now. It's a smaller portion of my wider YouTube audience. My wider YouTube audience doesn't watch all of the stuff I upload because, you know, a lot of it's classic Dwarf Fortress stuff. I'm really curious to see if some of those, like, kind of crazy numbers I get on, like, the videos I do about premium translates over to the VODs once I start uploading those. I'm really curious to see that. Because if that's the case, that's the thing that will actually make my YouTube channel blow up. If that's not the case, my YouTube channel won't grow too much, I don't think. I think it'll grow a bit, but not too much. Blind on a Sunday? Blind on a Sunday? Yes. Blind has been stating he's going to do streams on more unscheduled days. Blind is streaming today until Blind gets hungry. So I will be here until I get hungry. You know not what to do, chat. Do not talk about food. Oh, right, yes. Yeah, you know what to do, chat. Don't talk about food. Don't make streamer hungry and stream go long. Make streamer hungry and streamer end. Nah, I'm not getting hungry yet. Although I did eat breakfast at like 7 in the morning and I've been on for like 4 hours. So, also there's the tweet of that Kit Fox logo I made, by the way. If people are still on Twitter and want to retweet it. Otherwise, like, you know, do what you want to do. White Pony One, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. I was responding to a question on Discord. Chat, can I get a round of beers for White Pony One? Keeping that sub alive for an 8th month. Is Twitter dead yet? Oh, that's a good website. I like this website. Does it? Please just tell me it says no. It loads slower than Twitter though, so it must be getting a lot of bombardment. It's not loading, animal. I'll give it a minute. Understandable that it would be getting a lot of traffic, right? There's something about that that's just kind of funny. It loaded the other day. Yeah, this site can't be reached. Maybe it's getting DDoSed by people checking. These poor dogs. They live a terrified life. Slash our face palm a lot. Yeah, I could see that being full of Twitter-related things. That would make some sense. Is it just like, is it Christmas yet.com where it's just a big capital no in the middle of the screen? Just wait until these dwarves haul all of this silk out of here. Once they've hauled all of the silk out, we will then lower the drawbridge again and let our elephant here re-add all of the silk. It redirects through this, though? No, but it's not great. Okay, yeah, that works. It seems like whatever server they're using to redirect is just getting blasted, which doesn't really surprise me. I gotta say though, this week flew by. Like, cause last week, like, I went on a short vacation, right? So last weekend I was on a short vacation, got back on Monday last week, and then immediately just like did my full streaming week, right? Just immediately got home, immediately did the full streaming week. And now I'm just like, I'm back now, and I'm back on schedule. I'm like, wow, that past week just like flew by. one of the benefits of Dwarf Fortress coming out soon is that there's a lot more people watching my streams than usual, so streams have been very entertaining for me recently, which has been nice. So let's make a adamantine wafer stockpile, which will just be, I guess, technically, let's just make it that way. Bars, blocks. I don't think it counts as... Let's just start at the top and go down. Adamantine. Well, there's... Unless they're considered... I never remember... I always have to, like, redo this one in my brain. Like, are adamantine considered blocks of... Are they considered blocks? Or I think they're considered bars? Because they turn into adamantine wafers, which are, like, their own unique thing. I can never remember. Like, there's adamantine, obviously. My streams are edutainment? How so? I mean, I used to use the educational tag, but kind of as a joke. I think usually what I do is I just set them both to adamantine and then just, like, not worry about it. Just kind of figure themselves out. Or bars while the strings are just... I know the strings are thread. Yeah, see, make adamantine wafers is what I'm going for. Can also make rose gold, apparently. I actually don't know what bars are used in rose gold. I never actually pay enough attention. Should just set that to repeat and make me a bunch of rose gold so we have some pink stuff to use for later. I also need to eat more cats. We got too many cats right now. This is a problem. Genuine issue. We have too many cats. So sorry to you cat lovers in the chat room, but they're all getting turned into biscuits. Those elephants, not so much, though. Though I do need to check in on the elephant paddocks. 4th or 5th animal? Or is this like your 3rd? Because I had my 4th, like, in the middle of summer. 4th? Okay. They're talking about 5ths for me already. I'm like, yep, this is my life. Hey, Kit Fox, that blind guy is not getting an early key because he's a murderer. Here's the thing, though, about adamantine sutures, right? When dwarves die, when a dwarf dies, right? When a dwarf is killed, the dwarves remove their stitches from their bodies, right? So think about it this way, right? If a dwarf dies and their stitches happen to be adamantine, we remove those too. Seems fine to me. Let's do this and this. How's this drain going? 3 of 7? The music is 100% a win. Well, Diamond Destruct and Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap in chat run that stream. And I think Diamond Destruct is the one who made the music loop. Because it's a song called Drinkin' Industry, which is going to be on the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. Which absolutely fucking slaps. Song goes really hard. We need a Planters Guild. Oh, there, Planter Hall. See? The Company of Leopards. The Tufted Skins. Not actually heard it before. Yeah, so that's Drinkin' Industry. It's kind of funny that song came on during the PAX panel. in the background. And for some reason, while they were playing, all of the music was like a perfectly okay volume level, but I guess they just added that one, and for some reason, that one song was like 5 times as loud as the rest of the music. So there's this really good bit in the packs panel where they're just talking and playing, digging and talking about doors, and then this song comes into the background, and Zach just like immediately goes into the options menu and mutes the music, and the entire chat's just like, no. It's like we were jamming. The fuck, man? Very funny to me. Very, very funny to me. So, of course, Gremlin needs the music at maximum volume for all eternity. Also, you were trying to get you were the person who I answered on Discord. So, Twitch VODs suck unless you're subscribed to the channel or have Twitch Prime, because Twitch just serves you an ad every 10 minutes and there's literally nothing I can do about it. So if you want to rewatch the VOD, like, while the Twitch version does exist and has like one extra question in it that like was half answered because I kind of got my questions formatted wrong, which I cut from the final VOD, like, you might as well just watch the edited cut because it will have 2 ads, one at the beginning and one at the end. And if YouTube deems you to be somebody who is high retention on advertising, I have a high retention ad in the middle. So for people who tend to just watch ads in their entirety anyways, they'll get an extra ad, because that's your reward for not clicking skip on ads, is you get more ads. So pro tip, if you're on YouTube and you don't like ads, don't click skip ads, because you'll get less ads that way. YouTube will actually serve you less ads if you click skip a lot, because they will consider you to be a lower value customer. I mean, they'll get made into soap eventually, most likely. I mean, the tallow is going to get processed, Makatali, and the what do you call it? Their tallow will get processed, and it will be made into soap, because I do also have a soap industry. I'm just not going on about how I'm specifically making cat soap. I also have like elephant soap, which is probably worse in almost every aspect. Actually, you know what I've discovered recently? The web browser Brave blocks Twitch ads right now. Don't tell Twitch I told you that, okay? You heard that from someone else. Anyway, I don't know what that was. Must have been the wind. But my web browser may or may not be Brave, and I may or may not be speaking with experience. So, you know. On the topic of ads, I'm currently battling with, do I turn on scheduled ads? Because it is actually better for overall Twitch retention and audience gain for December? Or do I leave them off? I mean, that's the right way to do it, Animal. And disallow it as it comes up sometimes. You miss it and it gets cooked before you disallow a particular animal's tallow. Yeah, I don't worry about, like, when I need to make soap, I literally just like slaughter a bunch of animals and I use that tallow specifically. You use a linked stockpile in your kitchen and disallow tallow in that pile, you won't have to micromanage it in the kitchen menu. Yeah, that's also a way to do it. The problem, the thing with me, I know you weren't talking to me specifically there, but like the thing with me specifically is I'm just too fucking lazy to micromanage. I don't really care what becomes the soap, as long as we have soap in the fort, and we have soap in the fort, so I'm not too picky. Yeah, no, it's actually kind of weird the way my web browser blocks ads on Twitch right now, because it's like the ad timer pops up and I hear the audio of the first one for about 5 seconds and then it just goes away. And then I see the ad timer ticking down and the ad timer hits 0 and then like stream just continues playing. Sometimes, like, if it's the picture-in-picture, it'll, like, jump up to the side and then jump back down. It's very funny. Like, yes, Twitch is trying, but my web browser says otherwise! It's like, ads? What ads? I don't see any ads. I've never even known an ad. What? I guess pineapple opals are very low priority. Me? I'm using Brave. A lot of people don't like Brave because it is the cryptocurrency browser. Which means it has a lot of annoying cryptocurrency tie-ins. Fortunately, if you're one of those people who isn't into that, which is completely fair, I myself am also one of those people, you can completely disable all of it and just have a completely ad-free browser. I think it's kind of genius because I really like having a browser that's business model isn't trying to harvest as much data from me as possible, and I always had trouble making Firefox work. I know that like Firefox is technically that, but I always had trouble making Firefox function. I always had weird issues with Firefox, like just not operating properly. I've just never had much luck with it. Just kind of gave up. No, Brave is the name of the web browser. It's called Brave. It's a Chromium browser, and the reason I like it is because I use a lot of accessibility plugins to like make fonts bigger and make YouTube work properly with bigger fonts, because a lot of sites are designed for tiny-ass fonts that I have to squint to see. It makes light mode more usable because I can't use dark mode, and a lot of sites and applications, light mode is terrible. So I have a bunch of different plugins that I use to like basically make the internet more functional as somebody who can't see very well. And not all of those same plugins are available on Firefox. And I'm sure there's different ones that are available on Firefox. I'm just too lazy to find them. So I generally just use, I just use Chromium browsers, and I've been quite attached to Brave as of late. And I hope that the crypto crash doesn't like make them go out of business at some point, because I quite like it. You really appreciate the Q&As with Zach and Tarny. You thought you and Tekka did a really great job on the most recent one. Thank you very much. It means a lot. I got some like really weird criticism on the most recent one. So it means a lot that people like those. For me, like, I used to listen to the Dwarf Fortress Talk podcast quite a bit. Back in the day, like, it was one of the main ways I actually, like, interacted with Dwarf Fortress as a video game was through the DF Talk podcast. And then when that thing went away, I just kind of got very sad because it was like, well, this is like my easiest way of interacting with this game and this community when I'm not actively playing. And then it came back briefly and then went away again. And so I was just like, well, I want a replacement for this, so I made a replacement for it. Lots of people prefer Firefox, and that's totally fine. What was there even to criticize? You didn't ask my question. You asked bad questions. The questions that were asked are not important. Why didn't you ask this question? I think topics like this would be more important. That kind of thing. That and, you're annoying. You should stop making content and stuff like that. I've also been getting like a weirdly large amount. I know that like people are just like, oh, don't talk about trolls because like it just feeds them, but fucking whatever. I've also been getting a weirdly large number of people recently that are basically just like hoping that I fail. I got like a flurry of DMs midway through yesterday, or not DMs, but like comments on that video yesterday that were just like, this guy's so annoying kind of thing. And like, I hope that this channel gets buried by better ones and stuff. So, you know, you have a bunch of browsers. Technically, I do. I have Chrome installed. I have Firefox installed. I have Edge installed and Brave installed. So yeah, I also do technically have a bunch of browsers. Should go install Netscape Navigator and be the ultimate like weirdo. Just morons then? Oh yeah, no, definitely. But like, here's the reality of morons. Yes, they're morons, but you still start to feel it after a while. White Pony 1, thanks for gifting a 5-pack. Appreciate you. Cheers, friend. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that 5-pack in the chat? You know, they always say that. It's just like, you know, like randoms don't matter. It's like, sure, but like you feel it after a while. You feel it after a while. I don't know where these ones are coming from. Like they feel like it's just like I wonder if I've been around long enough that there's like a Discord somewhere with just like people who hate me that just like have coordinated. Because I know that that's happened in the past. Emote fail? I mean, you got to give me money to have that emote, dude. We have a free one. If you just follow the channel, you can type in cryptber, B-E-R, and it's like an MS Paint version of that emote. Has the same effect. The bot responds to it as well. Well, I mean, I could go dig up the... hate speech is not freedom of speech. Also, freedom of speech has no relevant grounds on private platforms, as many people are learning right now. All right, so this means to be all visitors welcome, so anybody can visit this. Which means technically you don't have freedom of speech in my Twitch chat, because it's Twitch chat. It's not government property in the US specifically, or any country that has legal freedom of speech. You just wish there was a Windows or even Linux version of Safari for browser testing purposes so that you didn't require a Mac to be comprehensive when making websites. Is there not like a Windows port of Safari? Really? That seems weird. I didn't know that. Huh. For some reason, I thought that there was a Windows port of Safari. I mean, I'm sure that there's emulate. Like, I know that you could just, like, run, like, a VMware instance and just, like, you know, run whatever version of macOS. You want to make a joke about being a mod, but everyone knows I am, so I'm just going to say... Well, hi, Stone. The worst thing that could happen is the account getting locked. This is true. But not totally, because, like, you know, there are certain things that you could do that could get you arrested through Twitch. What kind of demented fuck would ever use it for anything other than testing purposes? Someone that likes it? I mean, people can use bad software. Doesn't make you demented. Yeet. Hobo's my friend, so we gave him a sword. You like donuts? I mean, end of season donuts is good. You want to know what's really sad about the race today, Hobo? It's like 100 and something days until the next race. Big sad moment. I don't know. I've also never used Safari, so I just don't like calling people demented fucks just because they have a preference for bad software. Plenty of people use bad software. Made you happy and teary. Well, that's good. What do you think of this Kit Fox logo, Hobo? Def gonna miss Vettel? Yeah, Vettel will be easy to miss. I spent the entirety of today's race hoping that Max Verstappen's car would just stop working for mysterious reasons, but it didn't, and then Sarah ended the race kind of disappointed. Animal, thanks for gifting 3 months of subscription to Uncle Gus. You can now watch the Twitch VOD. Thank you, Animal. Appreciate you, man. Well, I mean, good Gremlin software is software with a lot of hackable backdoors because, you know, Gremlins gotta love their backdoors, right? Huh. Well, let's dig over to this. That's gonna take forever to dig. Even this is going to take forever to dig, but at least it'll be quicker. I mean, I guess that's similar to me having just like a global dislike and distrust and hatred of any fast food. Doesn't matter how good it objectively is. If it's fast food, it's disgusting to me. And then people are just like, I really like insert fast food place here. And I'm like, I'd rather eat my own vomit. Because at least I know where it came from. I mean, he'd still win. Like, and that's why I was sitting there just hoping Max's car would DNF the entire race, is because, like, he'd still get driver's champion, and, like, he'd still be #1. I wanted somebody that wasn't Max to win the race. But, you know, like, this is what it feels like to have an extraordinarily dominant driver. And, you know, we'll look back on Max Verstappen in a decade about how great a driver he is / was. And at the time of that fame, it's always frustrating because there's other people that also deserve it because they're in similar levels of, like, skill at the time, right? Let's just go over this. Be easier to do it this way. But, you know, I guess that's just part of having a dominant driver. If you have a dominant team and a dominant driver, it's going to be annoying to watch them because you're going to see the same people week in, week out win everything. All right, so you, right there. Also, did you guys catch from the recent streams that you're not going to have to do up-down stairs stuff anymore? You just build stairs, start at the top, go to where you want to place it, and it'll do up-down. Or it'll do down, and then up. It'll just do it for you. It'll intelligently make you things for you instead of you having to do it yourself. What's up, Sniper? No, the issue with Max is his dad is an absolute conniption fit, and his mom, like, should be canceled off the internet on a good evening. So it's like, the problem with Max isn't Max necessarily. The problem with Max is his family are a bunch of nutcases. How's my Sunday? I watched Formula 1 this morning. I ate breakfast. It was delicious. And I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, so pretty good. Thank you. I have 2 tattoos. I got this big one and then also just an aperture on this. Every now and again, I will reinstall Netscape Navigator just for the nostalgia. Mess around with it in a Windows 98 emulator and feel like, I used to use this. All right, so this is either a portal to hell, or it's a perfectly safe spot where I can mine adamantine. Let's find out. And who knows? I think F122 because, you know, you're in that kind of mood. What, on Netscape Navigator, Maverick? I mean, for me, it would probably be addictinggames.com. That or just like the Internet Archive and go look at some old, go look at some old parts of the internet. No, it's so if you look at what I'm doing, I'm smoothing the walls and fortifying them. This is completely safe. There is absolutely no danger for me accidentally digging too deeply by doing it this way. The worst thing that can happen is I discover the pits through mining through it like this. And we'll see it. They won't be able to get out. They'll spook some dwarves, and then we'll know where the entrance to hell is. It's the worst thing that can happen. MDF for 2 hours. And 2 people were watching. Well, good for you. 1 person an hour is pretty good. You know, so some people look at my channel and they go, man, you got a lot of people watching. You must have like been famous for a while. Just remember, it took me about 1.5 years of streaming 7 days a week to get more than like 10 viewers per stream. So just think about it that way. Think about it that way. Your children recently discovered the 1990s version of Oregon Trail, and they were playing it in the internet. You know what you should get them if they were enjoying that? You should get them the van game. It's like $6 or like $5. The van game is Oregon Trail, except it takes place in like pseudo modern day with a bunch of millennials in a van driving across the U.S. with like little going from national park to national park, and you get little factoids about the places that you visit, and it's like a pseudo educational game, but you're also, you know, just driving a van. Also, don't play Peglin. Peglin sucks, dude. Peggle's better. Although Round Guard is a better run-based Peggle if you want that. Yeah, so now I know that none of these are a portal to hell because I can see through this. So now we just dig through. And then we work our way down into the next one. Although digging down is going to be a bit of a gamble. So if you go to the Van Games Steam page, right? And you scroll down, 14 beautiful national parks, 12 fun-filled illnesses, 7 challenging minigames, where it does actually state that they can get dysentery. Where is it? It's 12 diseases. Is it in here? It straight up states on here somewhere on this page that you can get dysentery. But yes, you can. Maybe they removed it, but it was on the demo. Oregon Trail says, choose your own adventure, crazy with police, crazy Karens, and fellow travelers, 7 different minigames, and there's 12. Anyway, one of the 12 is dysentery. So yeah, yes, you can in fact get dysentery. Although you have to try pretty hard too. Yeah, but like, I don't want my fort to die, and if I find a portal to hell, I want to be able to safely dig through it and then like also kill as many of them as possible before actually digging down there. So I mean, maybe if you like to run your fort with like no real safety nets, then I mean, more power to you, I suppose. Not really my scene though. Well, for me, I wouldn't say it was Oregon Trail was the gateway to losing as fun type games. Roguelikes were. Just roguelikes in general. Diamond and Animal with the big wins today, although Endless Animal just invested and lost a bunch. Mind, by the way, hello, it's good to see you. How are you doing? All right, so up here, we're going to just channel this down. I just want to see where I'm digging. Control F works in Steam Store. I knew that, but I forgot. I forget except for when it's immediately optimal. Okay, there we go. Now I can see to the edge. All right, we got a pretty good idea of where we're going now. Whoa! Dwarf was possessed. Well, hold up. Want to put a cork in that. There we go. Dwarf was possessed, so let's follow that dwarf. Still rich as fuck. Still doing pretty well, Animal. The original SimCity. The first SimCity I played wasn't the original. I didn't actually play the original SimCity until like years after. The first SimCity I played was SimCity 2000. But the first SimCity that I really played heavily was SimCity 3000. Was the first one that I owned. 2000 was just owned by a friend. No. The first SimCity, which is actually kind of sad because like SimCity 3000 has like spoiled me on city builders. Because it's like one of the, it's a much more advanced and like detailed management game than a lot of modern city builders. Like I always get sad now whenever I play a city builder and it doesn't have like, where it doesn't have like sloped terrain, it doesn't have mountains, it doesn't have earthquakes, and like doesn't have piping and like the need to like manage water pressure underground and shit like that. So good. Not familiar, Sniper. Oh, absolutely. They're not infinitely... Nothing in Dwarf Fortress, Uncle Gus, is infinitely spawned. Everything in Dwarf Fortress has a limited population. I've never actually played Simcopter. I've seen footage of Simcopter, but I've never actually played Simcopter. Although, wasn't there a... there was actually a in development build prototype for Simcopter for the N64 that came out recently. Miniclip doesn't exist anymore. F's for Miniclip. They shut it down like 3 weeks ago. Still sad. It's a damn shame that. City Skylines is fine, but kind of a boring management game. Human Void Hunter is visiting. Look at that. But yeah, Miniclip got shut down like just a couple weeks ago. We talked about it on my podcast. We're just like, yeah, Miniclip got shut down. And it's like, oh, man. Why? Because it made no money and wasn't profitable and cost more to run than it was making. And, like, there's no reason for it to exist in a world where, like, you know, when I was a little kid, other little kids played games on Miniclip. Little kids now play Fortnite. And that's why Miniclip doesn't exist anymore. Stray cat bone, llama wool cloth, stray boar bone, bug bat bone, llama leather, bug bat bone, clear garnets, and diorite. Is that all a crap? A mason shop. Please make me a door. 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 I mean, I've never heard of that game for whatever that's worth. Although a bunch of my favorite Flash games actually got released onto Steam recently. The Last Stand games, which are just like kind of a zombie tower defense-y thing. Okay, how high up does this go? Where is this exactly? Okay, I kind of want to see how far this goes, so I'm going to dig a lot of ugly tunnels. Apologies for my ugly tunnels, chat. Please forgive me. Floodgate incoming? Of what? Alright, let's do that. And that. Okay. Have I played Warcraft? As in like the strategy games? Yes, I played Warcraft. Have I played World of Warcraft? No. Although I played more Dota than Warcraft, and more tower defense than Warcraft. Same goes for StarCraft. I played more StarCraft. Oh, geez, I see why this isn't draining. It's because I didn't pull this lever. It's secret because it's ugly? Yeah, ugly tunnel is the worst kind of tunnel. I played the original Dota. I played a little bit of the beta of Dota 2 and kind of hated it, and I haven't played a multiplayer MOBA since like 2014. When they give it to us, Disco Shark, we don't have it yet. I've never played the Steam version. I've never even been in the same room with it being played. I got to backseat that Kit Fox stream, but, you know. Good night, Philosophy. Cheers. was like, why isn't this side draining? Well, it's still filling there. Is anybody digging? Yeah, the original Dota is literally just a Warcraft mod, which is funny because Dota stands for Defense of the Ancients. When Valve bought the rights to the name to make a game called Dota, they didn't buy the rights to the game Defense of the Ancients. They simply bought the rights to Dota, which means they literally made a game called Dota, not a game called Defense of the Ancients 2, which I genuinely think is hilarious. I would just refresh the page, mind. Although I am dropping some frames, so that's probably me. Still dropping frames. Try this. That seems to have stabilized it. Also, after like a real quick speed test, which I'm running right now in the background, it's not my internet, so it's Twitch. But yes, I was in fact dropping frames. You know, it's funny. There was somebody who commented on Let's Learn Part 2. I can't remember if it was on Reddit or on YouTube. It was just like, it's really frustrating that this person didn't watch Part 1 because there was a lot of stuff that was learned in Part 1 that this guy didn't remember. It's like, I did watch Part 1, though. Twice, actually. And of course, I'm not going to pick up every single piece of information from that stream and forget some of it because, like, I'm used to playing this game, not the newer UI. Holly golly, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? If you speak German and you're looking for German Dwarf Fortress stream, I recommend watching Holly golly. Go click on that heart, give them a follow. This dwarf has like literally just like sealed their own coffin. It's on Ralinal, the Mason, has created Fessothluth, a diorite coffin, and claims it as a family heirloom. What a great heirloom to their family. A place where we bury the dead. It's worth 33,600 Zethel. It's called Wing Combats. This is a diorite coffin. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval-cut clear garnets and llama wool leather and pig bone and cat bone. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of bug bat bone. On the item is an image of point-cut gems and diorite. On the item is an image of old romances, the phallic crown, in bug bat bone. On the item is an image of broad crosses in llama wool. You have to... No, you don't have to do that. You do not have to place a special kitchen and still send food to it. Dwarves will just go get food. When Dwarf is hungry, Dwarf will go get food. You can set up like a fancy dining hall for your military specifically, but that's not necessary. If you want to, you can, but certainly not like something you have to do. What's up, Commander? How's things? How have I been? Things have been busy. Yeah, things have been busy. Got another Torn Talk out on Thursday, which was good. Tutorial part 2 was good. Don't listen to the don't listen to the detractors. Sure, but like here's the thing, right? All of the positive feedback blends together over time, right? And all of the positive feedback eventually just kind of becomes like the thing that you expect. So whenever there is negative feedback, it's always a, oh no, why? Like that's the stuff that your brain notices more. And there's kind of just nothing really you can do about that. It's just like, we as people are imperfect machines, and we immediately notice the people that are upset with the thing that we've made or we are involved in, right? And so for me, yeah, I do in fact actually notice the negative comments, because it's like, well, they're the ones that stick in my brain. They're the ones that I notice because I'm used to getting overwhelmingly positive feedback on everything. So when there is a negative comment, it's like, why? What'd I do? If that makes any sense. It's like the video I uploaded this morning to YouTube currently has what? 709 likes and 4 dislikes, which I can show you right here. 709 likes and 4 dislikes, which is, you know, a really, really good like to dislike ratio. If one person leaves a mean comment, that's the one that my brain will remember. It's just how my brain works. But often it's like actually really helpful feedback. So even if people word it in really weird, rude ways, you cannot please everybody. It's literally impossible. However, you can do your damnedest if you get negative feedback. Even if it's mild negative feedback, you can still take that as feedback, and it's still valuable. You know, person saying that, oh, this person should have done a better job researching beforehand is still valid feedback. And in my opinion, it's not necessarily a criticism against how I did in the stream. It's a criticism against KitFox for not giving me access to the game or like to mess around with it for 6 hours to be better at backseating. Also, I have to put my hair down. So there you go. You get messy streamer long hair now. You're welcome, Sniper. For reference, I have a lot of hair. Ah! Also, I have to read things now, so let's read things. Gotta scroll up first, though. Tasty straws fill drinks with new energy powers. Vast fields of synthetic turf encapsulate earth beings of flesh. Spoken word has advantages over Walking Dead. 87 districts are located outside Detroit, and thankfully none of them are ablaze. Space expanding into Wubba, Dubba, Lub, cruising, increasing space capacity. Robot workers from another world will be here. Oh, from another world will be here when. Thank you. What? You can't line up multiple words at a time there, Sniper. So that's like when you need. We'll skip the thank part. Now we're all caught up. All right. What else can I see here? What did you enter the stream to? My Discord has a room which people are allowed to add one word at a time into sentences. That's fine, Sniper. One word at a time. So it's kind of like, you know, playing telephone when you sit next to people around in a circle and you whisper a thing into the person next to you. It's kind of like that, except in Discord, and then people can make me read it every 2 hours. It's Discord writing poetry is what it is. And I actually have to say high fives to you, chat, because you guys actually managed to write some relatively coherent sentences in that one. It wasn't like some of the recent ones we've had where it's just like, that doesn't mean anything. Sounds wonderful. Well, at least someone likes it. If you want to join the Discord, !Discord in the chat. Or just use the join code BLIND and you will find me. It's pretty hard to miss me, to be honest. Look at all of this armor. Sweet Goblinite. Sweet candy. Just make sure that they're readable, you know? Make sure they're actual words and not entirely gibberish. Well, I mean, as long as they, like, the whole point of the exercise is that they form functional sentences. And if they're not, then, like, what are we even doing? You know? For getting a short in the electrical system because fuck us all, apparently? Oh, that sucks. So what, is stuff just, like, flickering? You individually swap weapons of... So, Sniper, whenever you ask a question, you put you in front of it, so you turn, like, just grammatically, this is just a nitpick, you grammatically change your questions from questions into statements because you start them off with you. Stop that. It hurts my brain. But do you have to individually swap weapons? Absolutely not. Do not do that. Do not individually swap out weapons right before fights are about to occur. Just give them the weapons you want them to use during fights and leave it on them at all times. That's an interesting troll. Why it blue? Is that a sword troll? Must be a sword troll. Anyway, this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to empty out the lava pit, because now I have this half-empty lava pit, and I've suddenly got goblins here. Great! All right, well, awesome. So what we're going to do is, now that the dwarves are all locked inside, and also I've got traders showing up, this might get messy. This one here might get messy. All right, everybody, get inside. Get inside, dwarves. Get inside. Okay. And also, okay, everybody turn... Look at all these bodies everybody's carrying. Oh man, this couldn't be worse timing. This is gonna be a pretty big siege too, I'm assuming. Trolls? That's a swords troll named Baki. That's an anime. It's gonna be a full-size siege, isn't it? Much good loot down there? It's just iron stuff. Iron and steel. It's the only stuff you get from lava loot, so. Good loot? Eh. I mean, I wanted to make it into not necessarily loot-related things, but... Lava drain. Top floodgates. Nope. Okay. Drain. Hold. What? It's the center levers I need to use, right? Two. Those. That. Pull that lever. We should be fine largely, I think. How big is this siege? Pretty big! Custom-made piece of shit when its light sockets rotate and the screw bulb with nothing. Got 20 years of that thing, which about 10 times more than you would have expected from it. Sounds like a piece of crap. To be honest. Glass is magma safe, which is why 90% of my big old structure over here is made of glass, is because it is in fact magma safe. As an example, all of these floodgates up at the top are made out of glass. Goblin Siege, yes. Also, Dwarven Traders, also my lava pit's half full. Sucks! So, they got in time, sure, but they're going to have a hard time getting out. And they're also here to, you know, there's a lot of brains on the map right now, and they're all thinking, which means the game's going to lag. Are those G's goblins? No, they're geese. Very, very powerful green geese with murder on their minds that are also wielding weapons. We got spears, swords, maces, archers. They don't call them murder snakes for nothing. Yeah, they're just geese. The thing is, like, lowercase g's are also geese in Dwarf Fortress, but no, those are goblins. The t's are trolls, and the b's are beak dogs, which are essentially like the creatures from Tremors. But also, the lava is flowing. So the way I fill this thing, by the way, is this is the volcano up at the top of the map, which I made into this massive lava lake because volcanoes in Dwarf Fortress are kind of boring. And then I have this lever that I can pull, which makes all this lava flow down this way. And then it flows just straight into this thing, basically. So this should hopefully fill pretty quickly. But this will be annoying. How time to find out? I mean, my military is good enough to fight them. I mean, I can kill them. Killing them isn't the issue, okay? Trust me, killing them is not the problem. I can absolutely kill them. I can also just lock them out. Like, I could literally just pull one lever right now, and they wouldn't be able to get into the fort. Like, I have an impenetrable fortress. So, I'm not worried. It's just a matter of how long do I want to wait before I kill them. So they have a 0. Why is so low? Why not just like a 1% chance? Because how many forts last 100 years? Speaking of military. It's not one of my dwarves, but one of the trader's military dwarves is fighting with a bunch of trolls over here. He's in a martial trance. He's fighting with a good number of trolls, actually. Now he's gonna get away, maybe. Is he gonna get away with it too, or is he gonna fall to those meddling kids? He's running. He's tumbling down the hills. Still fighting. He must be having a hard time, actually. Still shooting. Come on, man. Just get up those ramps. Fight them with them on the downhill. You'll have the advantage. Up, no. Oh. Yeah, no, that don't look good. That looks painful. Sorry there, Dewsum. It's unfortunate it had to end like that. Pull the gold door lever. No, because I'm working on mega projects that are completely unrelated to the fort's defense, right? The fort's defense is one project, and building that was fun. I'm working on other projects in the basement. So, like, sieges aren't the big threat right now. The big threat right now would be Forgotten Beasts spawning on the 3rd cavern layer, because that one still has access to my fort. But, like, do you get bored when you're playing Stardew Valley and the only thing that you can do is talk with the girls that you want to date in your playthrough? Do you get bored of any sandbox game where all that you can do is like create big cool projects that you're working on? This fortress is about making big cool projects, not about like fighting everybody. If this fort was about fighting everybody, then yeah, maybe it would be boring, but that's not the point of this fort. I'm trying to build big projects, and I got other things I want to build, so them attacking me is kind of annoying. I'm also trying to defend my faction. So, you know, Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox game. If I got bored of sandbox games, I would have stopped playing Dwarf Fortress ages ago, but there's other cool things I can do. How does this fort's late game end? How does a fort late game end? There is no ending for Dwarf Fortress. So it doesn't. It ends when you get tired and you let your fort die. FPS death? FPS death hasn't been a thing in Dwarf Fortress unless you're playing on maybe a netbook or a Chromebook for probably about 5+ years. I mean, it'll run slowly, sure, but FPS death is not a thing. Hasn't been a thing in a very long time. Some people define the game running at 30 FPS death, which is just factually fucking wrong. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like in Worm Online when you spend 16 hours digging a trench. You can run DF on a Chromebook. Chromebook run on a, well, technically Chromebooks run on a, who were you fighting with? Technically Chromebooks run on a version of Linux. And yes, you can in fact make Dwarf Fortress run on Dwarf Fortress runs on literally anything, and I don't think people realize that. It just doesn't run well on anything. Okay, so Dwarven traders are getting beaten up on down here. This sucks. Damn shame, really. Sure, oafs, but that doesn't count as FPS death. Dwarf Fortress will eventually run like shit on everything, but it doesn't run badly on anything. But it also doesn't run well on anything, so who really cares? Game runs just fine. And I honestly am trying to just quell the, what about FPS death? It's really not a thing. It's not a concern. If it was a concern, then you'd actually see people with unplayable forts. Doesn't matter how poorly your fort runs. As long as it's still running, it's not FPS death. I've never actually played Worm Online. I just know people who do. Hell yeah, Stretch Buddy. Well, you should give Fortress Mode a shot. It plays really well next to Adventure Mode. Should have just selectable. Oh no, trolls coming into the fort. Whatever shall we do? Get them, dwarves. Here comes the military. Man, those traders over there have really inaccurate arrows or bolts or whatever they're firing. I'm assuming those are just bronze bolts. Really need to get that lever pulled. Where did my military just go? Did they just come down and kill that one dwarf? Nope, they're both set to station. Must have backed up. Okay, so Tapioca is coming to pull a lever. You know, Uncle Gus, not to just be that guy or anything, but I had this conversation with Clinodev, one of the Reddit mods of Dwarf Fort, in DMs the other day. So many of your questions about future development of Dwarf Fortress can be answered by simply going to this website, okay? And then clicking on, I think it's this button. Yes. This is the things that they're planning to add to the game, right? So stuff that is white is future goals. Stuff that is green is done and released. Then there's subsections and sections, and then worked on and partially done. So if you want to know those questions, they can all be answered there. But TLDR Siege Arc is what you're looking for information on, which is a reasonably long period of time from now. It's a little outdated, sure, but it also has information on what's planned to be added. So it doesn't matter if it's a little outdated. It's still going to answer the questions more efficiently and save my ass from having to answer every single question that people might have, because I don't have every single answer. Also, I'm not making the game and cannot give you exact statements, and I would literally just go reference that Control F and just tell you and regurgitate that. So you might as well just go look at it yourself. I mean, every single city building or simulation heavy style game will eventually run like shit. Like RimWorld runs like shit if you have more than 40 people. Like Cities Skylines runs like shit. It's just kind of a fact. SimCity used to run like shit if your cities would get big enough. It's just kind of a problem with playing this type of game. They just don't run. Yeah, Civ runs like shit. XCOM runs like shit. And it's like, if you listen to the interview that I did the other day, Tarn mentions, he's just like, yeah, I mean, because I mentioned a fort where I had, not uncapped, but changed the enemy siege cap up to 600. So I was usually getting about 700 armed soldiers attacking me per siege, plus the 200 dwarves I had in my fort, plus all of the liquid stuff going on. So each sieger, let's just say, shows up wearing 20 items. The game's running temperature checks on all of those items, also keeping track of all of those items' locations. Okay, so you have 600 soldiers, each of them carrying 20 items, and each of those items is being traced and tracked based on its temperature. And the game is constantly running checks on all of that. So no shit, the game runs like shit. Obviously. Also, it was a big map. So it's just like, if you want Dwarf Fortress to run well, have 100 dwarves and cap your enemy sieges at 100 and like play on a smaller map. I think that the reason Dwarf Fortress gets such a bad rap for running like shit is because it is largely due to the fact that it's ASCII, right? Like, people just... Green floor hatch destroyed by... Okay. That's just what, that one right there? Kind of sucks. Well, at least my soldiers got him. But I think largely the reason Dwarf Fortress gets given a lot of crap for running badly isn't the fact that it actually runs badly. I think the reason it gets a lot of shit is because it's a ASCII game, and people do not seem to understand the fact that just because a game has simplistic graphics doesn't mean that it'll necessarily run better than a game that does. Like, this is a fully 3D game with a whole lot of stuff going on under the hood. You always had 15 dwarves and 5 goblins? Oh, absolutely. And because the game's so contortable, you can have the exact same, like, big epic situations with just a couple of dwarves. Like, you only need really about 30 dwarves, in my opinion, to have like a satisfactory fortress. And you can set it so you get goblin sieges at 25 dwarves, and you can set it so that you start with 7 and your migrant waves are only 3, so you still get like the exact same feeling, and the game runs a lot better. Also, if you're on a crappier computer, I recommend turning off things like temperature, because it doesn't really add anything to the game, really, and also your game will run a lot better. Like, there's plenty of stuff that you can do that will make your game run better that doesn't also require, you know, migrant waves. Did I say migrant waves? Anyway, same thing. I think you know what I mean. Melting time? Can't quite, because I don't have as much stuff underneath them, but I'm still just waiting for these goblins to get in here. Waiting a little bit more. I do still have like one good round of dumping lava on things, so. And we were able to get a bunch of the armor out of this pit to, you know, be melted, but. When they run out of population is when they'll learn. You kill and steal in towns. How does the town react? It depends on if you get caught. But I don't play adventure mode that often, and I'm not entirely sure the way the game would react at this point, because generally when I play adventure mode, I'm doing one of two things. I'm either moving dwarves and items from one location to another, in which case I will steal an artifact and I'll just do it where they won't see me and I'll hide it and I'll sneak out with it. And I've never been caught. Never tried stealing anything from a town, I'll be completely honest. Outside of like food, but that's not theft, that's just like public food in a tavern. I don't know, to be honest with you. I do not know. Right, well, might as well turn the pumps on. No, they're not going to do much. Wait for goblins to be on that last spot. Because you killed someone outside of town and people spit on you when you walk back into town? Well, okay, well, if they're spitting on you, then you're a criminal. But I play adventure mode as a way of adding content to Fortress mode. Because there's just so many things that are coming to adventure mode that are not in adventure mode yet that I'm like, I'll play this when this is in this game, if that makes any sense. Oh no, this is the worst possible time for this shit to be happening. Why are you leaving right now? Wagons. Why? Okay, so now their pathing just like stopped because they're like, I got nowhere to go. Duh. These wagons really want to commit seppuku, don't they? Like, they really, really, really want to commit. They're doing such a good job of making my life so... Fine, go fucking die. You know what? See if I care, guys. Just see if I care. I'll do my best to defend you. All right, so the wagons go in and burn. Oh, no. Oh, no. Just the... Do you think these buffaloes are okay? There's something about just like a flaming wagon just like driving up the... Okay, there it goes. Oh my fucking god. This is... Huh. Awkward. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Can you engrave slabs for a wagon? I don't think so. Hey, one of them seems to have made it. Hold on. Is this wagon still here? Okay, well, there's a giant-ass pile of stuff. The impressive thing is, like, this wagon made it through that. That was what, just the wagons, like 2 water buffaloes catching fire and just like slowly walking through. And then there's also these guys over here, by the way. So okay, who's still alive? Okay, fuck it. Just pull the green lever. See all these guys down here? They're just like, oh god, there's lava on both sides, but it's finally starting to disperse. We'll make it. We'll make it, guys. We'll make it. No, you won't. No, you're not gonna fucking make it. Just watch. Whee! Get wrecked. All right, so that's kind of a shame. I'm gonna go let my dwarves go get food. Might as well put those green doors back down. There seems to be some living goblins down here, as well as some living dwarves. But you know what? That's a shame. It's their fault that they ended up down. I mean, like I told them not to leave at that point, right? Fruit of the wagon tree has survived. I think that there might still be a living wagon somewhere. All right, let's pull the lava top floodgates lever. Can you stop? I guess, like, yeah, sure, you can eat there, dwarf. Anyway, the siege is over. A real tragedy, truly. I mean, we're the mountain home, so there is that. I'm gonna feel bad about these dwarves down here when I, you know, turn this, when I open this up and just, you know, so before this incident, concede, like, dead bodies burning everywhere and exploding. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all that pretty turquoise stuff. It's the blood evaporating off from the exploded corpses. So, I'm going to pull this gold door lever and this green door lever. We're going to see where these bodies land. Although I'm following an iron spear right now. Let's follow a body. And we... Okay, wrong lever. I launched a horse that I wasn't intending to launch instead of the gold door. But you know what? It's fine, right? I'm sure that horse will survive the fall. You're going to see Sabaton in April? Hell yeah! Sabaton puts on a great show. Well, all right. So now I can just, like, unlock these. I can put the gold door and the green door back down, and we can turn this off. We can let the dwarves just have freedom. That was kind of a wild siege. I've never seen a burning wagon before, so, you know. We hope the horse survived. I wasn't paying attention. It's probably just dead down here somewhere. Straight chicken over there. Oh, my God. The thing is like these dwarves over here are about to have to fight with these goblins. I'm trying to like look at this going like, is there anywhere I could like let like Lorbam and Aban here out with? I think I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build them a downstair right there. And then an upstair underneath it. And I will let them out. Or attempt to let them out at the very least. But we'll only be able to do it if those goblins don't spook us during the construction process. That wagon died in it. It was definitely a notable death for that wagon. This is true. A very, very much so a notable death for that wagon. All right, so downstairs from up here. Although, actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. There's going to be like, how many items in the way? Yeah, we can't build items on top of them. So basically, I have to build a floor piece up here. Oh my gosh. So floor right there is the first thing I need to build. Then next to that, I can then build a downstair and then an upstair underneath it. Maybe that'll save them. We'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be the next scheduled stream sniper. Thanks for swinging by. Cheers, man. Yeah, I'm jealous of that, Pink. It's been I haven't seen Sabaton since pre-pandemic. Can't wait to see them again. Fantastic fucking shows. But yeah, no, so to, I guess, answer that question from earlier, this is why I don't get bored, just because, like, you know, our combat situation is pretty, like, stable. Just because, like, the fort fighting and violence situation is stable doesn't mean you don't end up in interesting situations like that occasionally, where, like, things get a little sketchy and everything happens at the wrong time, and yeah, that's why Dwarf Fortress stays interesting. Okay, so I got that dwarf coming over here to build some flooring. Fucking goblins. They're just like shooting bolts at us. And so they're canceling the construction of the floor because they're getting bolts shot at them. I'm not going to be able to rescue these dwarves because of these fucking goblins down here. Like, straight up. Not going to be able to do it. All right, you know what? Dwarves, don't tell me I didn't try, okay? I also have 2 demands. Figurines. Brass table in room and office. Brass table. 2. What do you want? Just a rock figurine? Hold on. Well, there goes Lorbam the Mace Dwarf. Well, that's a shame. The actual shame here is there's genuinely, like, some good loot in here. Like, there's an 8-sided long die, as an example. What else do we have? A 1-page guide entitled The Art of the Mountain. It is authored by Kosoth, Crown Oil, and it concerns the fortress of Tunnel Fence. Overall, the prose is passable. Look at that. There's some cats having a panic attack, too. That's how you know it's a serious fortress. So what are you shooting arrows at right now? I'm assuming just Lorbam? I don't know what naffs mean. Is that a Britishism? Sounds like a Britishism. So I'm going to deconstruct this and deconstruct this. I'm also going to pull the red door lever. And we're going to fly up here. We're going to open up the back door, which extends this tiny little bridge across this little gap right here. So this back door is going to give us a way out of the fort, and we're going to use that as the front door for next bit. Of bad or poor quality? Indeed, a Britishism. And you know, it's funny. Like some of you might know Fog_UK. He hangs around here from time to time. He does a bunch of artwork and stuff for my stream team's art, and he helped a little bit with like the hot potato branding and stuff. Great dude, but very British, and he says a lot of Britishisms in voice chat. And whenever he says a Britishism that I've never heard before, I'm just like, care to translate? Because like he just subconsciously does so many of them, like all the goddamn time. Like just rapid fire Britishisms. All right, there's our back door. Back door is now up. So, diagnose patient. I beg your fucking pardon. I'm assuming this dwarf is going to go for the red door. Once red door is claimed, then I can unforbid this. And this, assuming this dwarf doesn't go die in some stupid fucking way, should be a way for that mule and this dwarf to get out. Actually, you know what? Probably just... no. We'll do it on this side. It's easier this way. So red doors should be shut, which will seal off this. There they go. Look at all of this free shit that we got. So I stole basically like a majority of a caravan from my home faction, which sucks. Oh no, the merchants will be leaving soon. Really now? The merchants will be leaving soon. They decide this now. At what cost? That's fucking funny. Would translate to that annoys me. I feel like I could probably like just guesswork that together, but God, that's so funny. So if I can deconstruct those two walls, uh-oh, never mind. I wasn't able to deconstruct those two walls quick enough. I think that this dwarf is just gonna die now. Yep. Enough of the lava dried up. No point in trying to save him. I'm very, very sorry over here to our dwarf friend, who plunged into the lava rather than dying at the hands of a goblin. It's so shame. It's such a shame. Rest in peace, you dwarf. Rest in peace. What's even better is this dwarf, who's stuck in the actual drain, is going to be here until further notice, because I don't drain this very often. And there's no reason to let this goblet out. So you just get to live there in like eternal pain until I decide to release you, basically. Which is kind of amazing, actually. How deep is this? 3. We'll let it get to 405. Okay, so my outpost liaison needs a brass table. Know for a fact that I have brass, so someone's got to be working a brass table, right? People are also placing objects in tombs. Dwarves are making... Okay, so you're constructing brass tables. I get you. I get you. Also, Uh-oh. Speaking of Forgotten Beasts, so you know how I said that there's a layer that they still have access to the fort? That's the one that they still have layers of access to the fort. Good guy, Greg. I mean, hey, man, come on. If someone showed up and murdered half your family, wouldn't you trap them in a thing that would be kind of shitty for the next couple years until they died to lava flows? I mean, who am I kidding? It's in a tree, though. The Forgotten Beast, Bannock. Chad, have any of you guys eaten Bannock? It's like camping bread. It's like bread that doesn't rise that you cook in a campfire. Anyway, the Forgotten Beast, Bannock. Thimthur has come. A gigantic one-eyed ankylosaurid. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Its fern green scales are jagged and close set. Beware its webs. That's fucking terrifying. So fortunately, as far as webs go, webs can't shoot up. So I have two choices here. One, I can try and fight it, or which would be the fun option, or we can pansy chicken shit out and not try and fight it. I'm gonna try and fight it. I'm gonna tell the military to hang out right here and go like, you know, what's the worst that can happen, right? It's just webs. Also, yeah, I know that Bannock's not spelled like that. Dwarves run away. Our ankylosauride here comes over this way. It's a flying beast with webs, by the way, so actually kind of terrifying. Are we preemptively ripping my entire fort? Is that what we're doing? Come on, like, weren't you guys earlier talking about, like, what's the fun of this unless there's a bit of risk? Wasn't that literally what you guys were on about earlier? So, you know. Man, Twitch is, like, unstable today. I tried turning my bitrate back up to get a little bit better quality, and it's, like, dropping frames again. Chat, let me know immediately if shit starts stuttering, yeah? Because I'm not always staring at OBS, and sometimes I miss it. It seems to be unstable. I'll just leave it at a low bitrate. This could get freaky. So here's the thing. Here's like the secret about webs, right? Webs on giant cave spiders are fucking terrifying, right? And the reason webs on giant cave spiders are fucking terrifying is because not only do they have webs, but they also have venom. And venom paralyzes and kills, right? This doesn't have venom. It just has webs, which, while yes, is scary, means it doesn't have the insta-gib one-tap kill thing that the, what do you call it? That spiders do. Also, they can't shoot up. They can only shoot to the left and right. So as long as you're a Z level above them, they're not that scary. Also, most of my dwarves are refusing to hang out. It's actually not actually that great. This might actually be kind of scary because my dwarves are like not standing where I told them to. Oh well. What's the worst that could happen? We're actually kind of surrounding it. So, did it get anybody yet? I'm seeing bits and pieces of something flying there. You know what? Screw it. Let's just tell the dwarves to go kill the thing. Just kill the thing. See what happens. So what could possibly go wrong? Let's see. There's 1 dead dwarf, 2 dead dwarf, 3 dead dwarf. They're surrounding it. They seem to have gotten onto it. I'm seeing hits going in. Let's see. We've lost at least Deadliest, Kib, Yushat, and Burr. Okay, well, rest in peace to those guys. But as far as the Forgotten Beast goes, it is on the ground and getting pummeled. The Hammered Lord has kicked the Forgotten Beast in the head with its foot, bruising it. Well, that's good. Seems like, hold on a second. Let's unpack what just happened here. The Forgotten Beast releases the grip on the Forgotten Beast's right wing. Okay. The Forgotten Beast releases... somebody grabbed it by the tongue. Where did that happen? There we go. The Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the tongue with its hammer. And the Force pulls the head. And then he kicks him in the head. And then the Force twists the neck. The Militia Commander bites the Forgotten Beast in the head, tearing the muscle, and latches on firmly. The Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, tearing the scale. The Swordmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot with his weapon. And a ligament has been torn. And the sword is lodged firmly in the wound. The Axe Lord punches the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with her right hand. The militia commander jumps away from the attack. A militia commander stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with their sword. And the Forgotten Beast, and the sword is lodged firmly in the wound, releases a bunch of grips. Okay, somebody bit it in the tongue. Anyway, the swordmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper right foot, fracturing the bone, bruising the guts. Okay, so far so good. We are killing the thing. They're all on top of it, so we have lost some dwarves, but... still not dead, but they are just, like, mauling it. It's like the Axe Lord hacking the Forgotten Beast in the lower body. The Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body. This is what I mean by just kind of tell them to go fight the thing, and they might do better than you expect. It's panicking. They're still on top of it, and the creature is dead. Was it worth it? At what cost? I mean, it did cost us 4 dwarves. I would say that could have gone a lot worse. F's for those who fell, but they fought gloriously. Who actually got the kill, though? Swordmaster slashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with Dodek. Okay. So it was a Swordmaster somewhere? I think that was it. Yeah, so it was this dwarf who got it. Sinful Heart, the Hex of Slinking. Got him. Good work, dwarf. Like I said, though, those dwarves died valiantly. They died fighting, as any dwarf would dream. Speaking of dying fighting, I think that we're going to... pull this lever now. Fill in the rest of this. So many items are getting put away, and we have so much silk and shit. I've got so many bodies that need to be tossed too. I should never have emptied this out. I should have just left it full. You like them I bought Clink's beer mugs? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a very, very, very complicated, you know, script that allows it to Clink bots that just includes, it just looks for that emote as the first message in the line and then types it in. Not only does it do that, but it also understands many different languages. Many different languages work with my bot. Leave me asthma, it's fine. It'll disperse, don't worry about it. On the bright side, we got a ton of free stuff. On the bad side, I don't know when we're going to get traders again. So, bunch of things burn. And this goblin's just like, oh god, oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. Whatever shall I do? I will run this way. Come here, fallen other goblin friend. Please stand up. We can climb out together. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Oh no, a stray crundle has forgotten her training. Whatever shall we do? Something about that. That's kind of horrific. Like, I'd imagine they're just screaming, right? Like, these floodgates just dumped down and now suddenly a wall of lava is flooding towards them. Like, that's got to be horrific, right? Like, they've got to just be sitting there in, like, an utter state of panic right now. Sucks to be this mule, but, you know, as Alexandra learned in the Kitfox stream, mules can't breed. So, you know, is it really actually losing out on anything? You know, like, are we really depriving it of life because, like, mules can't breed? That was like one of my favorite moments actually from the Kit Fox stream was just like, yeah, when she said they're lab grown, I don't believe you. It's like, no, it's like literally, it's like if a horse makes a baby with a donkey, then the donkey is born sterile. Like, that's literally just how mules work. It made me realize that I was raised like kind of as a country farm kid, even though I didn't live on a farm. I just lived next to a lot of people that had farms. So much miasma. It's like, yes, I guess if like you're raised in the middle of the city with that and don't have neighbors that, you know, have cows and horses and shit. Yeah, it is one of those things where it's just like mules and hannies. Yes. Mules, ligers. It's a good time. Learning about interspecies breeding on Earth. Should really just like pull this lever. Also, do not pull the do not pull lever. Very important to remember. Do not pull the do not pull lever. If you pull the do not pull lever, my dwarves might die. So do not, under any circumstances, pull the do not pull lever. That's what Plotlin's job is for you. That gremlin emote has, like, grown on me heavily. Also, Taurus, I know that you've been here for a minute and I haven't said hi to you, but hi. What's up, dude? Other critters might have serene understanding of deaths coming for them, but these goblins are just screaming bloody murder. Yeah, pretty much. Unlike Fluffy wow, that's a lot of troll blood. Unlike Fluffy Ramblers, which are effectively immortal. I tried to crush them with a drawbridge, and they just seemingly floated above it, and I was like, I mean, I guess you could, like, catch them and dissect them or what, but... Plants get really weird with the interspecies thing. Growing up, we actually had a bunch of, like, multi-species trees. We had a bunch of, like, willow trees that grew apples and stuff. Oh my gosh. So I just received this question. I'm just going to read this question verbatim, and I'm sorry if this person is actually in the chat right now, but they just left this comment on the Dwarf Fortress Bay 12 talk that we did on Thursday. Blind, forgive me if this is not the right place to put this, but could you ask Zach and Tarn if they've been working on a mobile version of Dwarf Fortress? I have mobile Cataclysm, and it's actually surprisingly playable on the go. A short answer is no. Long answer is also no. Complex, deep, long answer is also no. Yes, but that's not a mobile platform. It's a portable PC. So I had a great uncle who used to graft tons of cool shit onto trees and would give us his experiments. All right, so we'll just let that half fill now. Yeah, he would like give out his experiments as gifts to the family. We've always made like some of the neatest shit. All right, so this up here is just going to become a garbage dump. You know, I'm actually just put like refuse piles up here. Some migrants have arrived. Fuck if I know why. Although admittedly, I do need recruits for the military, so. Aimless, unfazed by the thoughts of others, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perfect. Join the military. Thank you. Didn't really intend on making you the military captain, but eh. No. Does not easily hit or develop negative feelings. Likes a little excitement now and again. Okay. Who else? Dreams of mastering the skill. Prefers a chaotic mess. That's good. Short-term rewards. Is eager to learn. Not proud of her talents and accomplishments, just like me. Join the military. Well, at the very least, it's not a vile force of darkness, you know? Okay, so now I just need this side to fill up till it's about 4 of 10, and then we can dump them over onto the other side. So that should, in throne room / office. So that is your throne room / office. So that should make you happy. I mean, I can tell you for a fact, Dwarf Fortress already runs in Proton on a Steam Deck. Like, there's multiple members of this chat room that have posted photos of it working. It's just not optimal because you have to, like, touch the tiny little buttons. Man, I'm still dropping frames? Jesus. Twitch is, like, not functional today. Although I am getting hungry, so... What's Twitch doing right? Frame looks fine. Yeah, but I'm still dropping a frame here and there. And I'm only streaming at 4,000 bitrate. Yeah, it's not my internet. It's not at all my internet. Also, completely unrelated to anything, chat, but did you know that we are the 17,881th most popular stream on Twitch? And also we are in the top 0.25% of Twitch. Just thought I'd inform you of that because I thought that was kind of neat. 0.25. Jesus, Twitch is big? Actually, for me, it's more like Jesus, Twitch is small. Is actually how I feel about that. Also, according to this thingy I'm looking at right now, I've streamed 4,640 hours of Dwarf Fortress. So, you know. It's a couple hours, just a couple hours, yeah. Considering like a fifth of that is long death. Okay, how much shit's still alive on this side? Okay, so what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to dig a downstair right there. I'm going to dig an upstair right underneath it. Because dwarves do have access to that. And we're going to go into this side. I'm going to tell my soldiers to go kill this goblin. And we're going to gather as many of the items on this side as possible. Well, that side fills. Also, I'm going to go use the toilet. I will be back in a moment. God damn, this fortress is huge. All right, I returned. In scope of Justin TV days, it's pretty big. I mean, to give you an example, the first ever TwitchCon I went to was TwitchCon in 2016, which was the second TwitchCon, and there was like 15,000 tickets were sold. The last big one, and when I say big one, I don't mean the one that just happened. I mean the one that happened in 2019 before people were all afraid of going to conventions because of, like, global pandemics, which is a perfectly valid reason to not want to go to a convention. But before that happened, the Twitch console, it was like 150,000 tickets, and there was like another 100,000 people in the city. Twitch got big. Like when I was partnered in 2018, there was 20,000-ish Twitch partners. There's now like 70,000 or something. But I've never been to a convention with a ball pit. Not once. I don't think I ever will. That's a lot of baby elephants over there, actually. Be good. What? Animal, that's not what that... Anyway, rat aside, hi, hello, how are you? The sun is, in fact, pretty big. So, space! That's the one place not yet corrupted by capitalism, in fact. Although, unfortunately, I think that line is going to become out of date soon. The one place not yet corrupted by capitalism, space! Because, let's be honest, even space is going to be corrupted by capitalism pretty soon. Actually, I'm kind of curious. How many instruments do I have? A blood list and a wood disso. I want to know what a disso is. Although, opening this door is going to crush a lot of this stuff. It's probably... I'm kind of okay with this just crushing a lot of that stuff because I don't need most of it. Please don't crush this door along the way. Dwarf along the way. You guys all come down for food. Okay, fine. What's this body here? Is it an actual body? Oh, this is a dead wagon. I understand. Wasn't it? There was like... I remember reading about a startup in like the mid-teens that wanted to project images onto the moon for certain events, and I was like, oh god, please no. Like their business pitch was like, oh, using lasers we could like project a Coca-Cola logo on the moon for New Year's or something, but legislation made sure that would never happen, thankfully. But I do remember reading about somebody at one point who was trying to put, like, projected billboards, essentially, on the moon. Enough. I want to know if there's any bumper stickers on the outside of spaceships in the moon. Like, is there any bumper stickers on the outside of the, like, space station? Just open question. There we go. Well, they did make space piracy legal. There was like this one clause that was written like during Trump's presidency where it was any objects you bring back down from space belong to you. Was essentially the wording of it, but I think like they re-clarified it at some point to make space piracy not in fact legal, which makes me kind of sad. Like, I'll be honest, I was very excited for space piracy. Are you coming to mine? Nope. It would be awesome in theory, but do we actually want it? No. You know, like, is it awesome in comic books? Hell yeah. In actual practicality? I don't know. Okay, how about this? They legalized the questionable allocation of items in space. How's that? It's not piracy. It's just, where did you get that? Oh, okay. Yeah. Who put it up there? Then I'm quite. Oh hey, this dwarf. Do you got this? I don't even know how these dwarves got down here. But they're beating the crap out of this goblin. Are they just punching him? They're just punching him. Come on, guys, you got this. Punch this stupid goblin to death. He must have like shot arrows at them and then spooked him. Come on, guys, you guys got this. They got him. They're just beating the crap out of him. Just bruising him. Space yoink? Exactly. Legalize space yoinking. That sounds way dirtier than it actually is. I also don't know where this dwarf got that body from, but, you know, I'm not going to worry about it. I guess they're just, like, jumping down here? I don't actually know how they're getting in here, right? But this goblin is just, like, bruised, beaten, battered, lower arm is gone. Kind of feel bad for this goblin. All right, who's coming to dig? Let's see. Are you going to get spooked by this very scary goblin down there? Or are you going to make it all the way over there to deconstruct that wall so I can stab that very scary goblin to death? That dwarf up there just got spooked. Yeah, I'm running off. Yeah, there you go. Go get him. All right, so now that this is down, let's go stab this guy to death. I mean, he is just like lying on the ground. And our brand new recruit comes up front and stab. Good kill. You killed a goblin in Stonewater. Now, let's get as much of this shit removed from here as possible. There's going to be a lot of stockpile clearing down here. There's also books down here and whatnot. Yeah, there's all of these dwarves. Look, here come all the dwarves to come gather everything that's down there. Look at them all. They're just like, yeah, guys, we're going to go clear that side out. There's so much crap scattered about. Yeah, that's what happens when you drop, like, entire wagons accidentally into here. It's like a whole wagon plus also just the normal stuff that's down here. So it's all of the normal stuff plus a wagon worth of stuff. Good Lord. And all things considered, game's running pretty good. Like, don't forget, this is an extra large map, and there's also a volcano erupting over on the corner here. Like, there's a lot going on this map. Trying to get all of these items out of here. I've had wagon wood artifacts before, actually. True story. At least we're not going to need to make weapons for a while. We've got a good supply. It's all the way up there. Yes, this is true. Also, I do have full control over when the volcano stops erupting. That detail is probably worth mentioning. And a lot of this is also just armor, too. It's all going up here to this stockpile. How do I control volcano? So this volcano, right, this is the size that it is by default. Normally goes all the way up to the surface at that size, right? Well, it used to go all the way up to about here, right? The volcano shaft. So I went to the top of the volcano and I channeled it down around it, all the way down to this layer where the lava started. Except I left the volcano in the middle and I dug down this little thing all the way around the edges. And then I set up these drawbridges up at the top and connected them to a lever. And then I set up a drawbridge down here and connected it to a lever. Both have different lava flows in different parts of the map. And by pulling levers, I can control the lava's eruptions, making it quite entertaining. So, you know, allows you to make some weird stuff. Wait, actually? Had a gun on board because it had to land in the middle of bears territory? So when you say bears, you mean like black bears, grizzly bears, like that type of thing? That's kind of amazing, actually. Very carefully. But with proper planning is how you control a volcano. It kind of does, doesn't it? Like up here, you kind of need, like on this layer, you kind of need to zoom in for it to show up. But down here, it just like, it stands the fuck out. Like it's kind of great. And then we got this, you know, Steam logo up there, which also looks kind of fantastic, especially if you zoom out on it. I like the idea of them just landing in the middle of the Chicago Bears field. Just I need a gun. Why? Because I have to deal with one of the worst, like, teams in history. Discord logo next? Nah, that's not related to the Steam version, now is it? Maybe a Bay 12 Games logo. But why would I do a Discord logo? Speaking of Dwarf Fort, chat, I got a question. Is anybody here planning on buying Dwarf Fortress merch? Because seriously, I really, I guess I could do an itch. The itch logo is not that recognizable though. I really want that shirt. Like, I really want that shirt. Only if it looks good. Well, the Dwarf Fortress merch is literally... Where is it? It's this. So they've got a magnet, a shirt, and a pint glass. I'm getting the pint glass and the shirt. 100%. I don't know if they'll have more, but this is the stuff that's announced, is that shirt. And that shirt looks metal as fuck. I mean, look at it. Look at that shit. It's awesome. Looks rad. You'd never wear that in your life. I would wear this to metal shows. 1000% I would. I mean, I would wear that to, like, any power metal show. Any power metal show. You'd wear that to work? Exactly. See, now that's committing. That's committing. You got to commit to, you know, the dwarfs. Normies will think it's a band. I mean, that seems like the optimal outcome, I would say. Let's just see how much of this they can clean out before this fills up too much. Yeah, we got time. Only 307. Cosmonaut. I'm sorry, Cosmonaut Survival Pistol. That's a phenomenal name. I mean, I'm technically wearing a Bethesda PAX East 2019 Boston merch table You tell people your VTuber hat is from a band, and people ask, when people ask, really? I as somebody who knows like nothing about VTubers, that shit terrifies me. You just recently started watching you, and you got in and getting into DF. What's my favorite short in-game story? I once found a queen in Legends mode that got married like a dozen times a season. I'm exaggerating. It was more like 5 times a season. She got married about half a dozen times a season, and then would have her husbands assassinated and would resurrect them and add them to the army of her undead army. So she had like a harem of husbands at all times, and by the time I got to the bottom of her Legends page, she had it was like over 1,100 kills, and the vast majority of them were her ex-husbands. Or wives. They weren't all husbands, but because names aren't gendered in Dwarf Fortress, it's kind of difficult to discern from Legends sometimes, but like there was thousands of Slay Queen indeed, yes. It's like a horror movie. Metalhead. But wait, there's more. There's a ditchback buttstock, which was also a detachable buttstock, which was also a machete. Man. Space, the final frontier. They were probably better trained than the Russian military. No, for sure, Metalhead, yeah. Sure. Also, since I'm getting a lot of follows right now, it is worth noting, today is kind of a bonus stream. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays on my normal schedule. Henry VIII, but I have a feeling that this lady had a higher kill count than Henry VIII, and I also am pretty sure that Henry VIII didn't resurrect them from the dead after beheading his wives. Would be Duber. Oh, Dungsdepth's the naughty hole. Yes, Dungsdepth's the naughty hole was a hell of a selection of words that were selected to name a cave. Duber was the market of Dungsdepth's the naughty hole. The market in which you don't ask too many questions. I know Stone has discussed this in the past when it comes to various parts of fabric and texture. I have an aversion to the color beige, but that's just because I think it's an ugly color, which is why I think that wall right there is really ugly. But it's got nothing to do with my brain. I just don't like the color beige. Well, so yeah, as I was saying, I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays is my normal schedule, but on the days that I do stream about 12 to 14 hours usually. I've started like Scatterigid bonus. I hate tags on shirts. That's the worst. If they're not like super soft tags, I cut them off immediately. Anyway, since Dwarf Fortress has been announced, as soon as I have access to Dwarf Fortress Premium and I'm allowed to stream it, I'm going to be streaming 5 to 6 days a week. But right now the schedule is still Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and that's the schedule I'm going to stick to until Premium is announced. And when I do bonus streams, I stream until I get hungry. So I'm getting hungry, and winter's arrived on the calendar. Five to 6 days a week without breaks. So, yes, but I'm also not going to do it for an extended period of time. It'll probably just be most of December. Most of December and then into January. But by the time I hit January, I'll probably be back down to 4 days a week, 3 days a week. You think it's just beige? For me, hell is being left alone in a quiet, dark room with nothing but my brain. That's hell. So it doesn't really matter what color it is. It could be pink, purple, green, orange, white, red, black. I don't think hell's real, though. Pretty sure that when we die, it's just sweet release of consciousness and then a blink into eternal blackness. It's kind of relaxing, to be honest. Pantone 44C? You didn't, like... That's just poop. Let's see if I can... Why can't I find... There's no Wikipedia page for it. So, Illumination copyrighted a specific shade of yellow called Minion Yellow, which I can't find now. Makes me sad. Hey, H2O, what's up? You only accept RGB colors, everything else is just made of up nonsense? Yeah, no, I agree. If you're a paint mixer, apparently? Why is that? Why specifically for paint mixers? Huh. Well, that's nice of your wife. When I forget lunch, I just get hungry. Man, I feel so bad for the mountain home this time. Interesting. Well, I mean, you have how many kids, Anander? Wouldn't be surprising to me if you have some pretty strangely colored, you know, lunch boxes. But yeah, once Premium's out, I will be streaming 5 to 6 days a week. Might just take Mondays off. I don't know. It depends on like how much energy I have. And then for a good like month straight, probably we'll be doing that schedule. And then I will slowly slow it down a little bit. We'll see, the 5 girls explains the pink lunch boxes then. We'll slow it down at a point once I start to get fatigued, because that will happen. And there will be a large spat of tutorials and other various Dwarfy related things popping up on the YouTube channel right at the beginning, once Premium's out. But it's gonna be a busy month, and I'm just kind of accepting that. So, but yeah, I think our next stream day is gonna be Tuesday, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, chat. My tummy's starting to grumble. So, if you want to find me in other places, of course, many of you have probably already found this, but I do things on YouTube. Put up a video this morning as like an introduction to Dwarf Fort, which you should share around if you want. What am I going to eat? I don't know. Probably a sandwich, make some soup. It's kind of that kind of weather. Then I got to go pick up my meds at the pharmacy, and then I got to go over to my parents' house for dinner tonight. So I got a couple different things I got to get done today. So I unfortunately don't have all day to stream. Tomorrow I will be doing stuff for YouTube and getting some more stuff out on the internet. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will be normal stream schedule. And also, there will be some pings on my Discord server this week about RimWorld, because the RimWorld Hot Potato is happening this weekend, which is a big charity event that my team is involved in organizing.